think this is a great opportunity for the Pilot Club to meet flight sim enthusiasts, to network with other developers and communities, and to promote the hobby of flight simulation.
The atmosphere is absolutely electric. Love it. If you're a beginner, if you're an expert, if you're trying to meet new people, if you want to get your hands on some pretty awesome hardware, this is the place to be. I could not recommend this enough to everyone else. This is just an awesome opportunity to hang out.
It gets together our entire hobby, everyone interested, everything from fixed wing, helicopter, virtual reality, everything in between. It brings us all to one place to collaborate on ideas and bring us all together.
It is a great opportunity if you are a serious flight simmer to meet the developers, to meet the flight sim communities, to see the new products that are coming out, to actually test them, to connect and enhance and continue this great hobby of flight simulation.
Every year we're getting bigger and bigger. There are more and more vendors here, more sim experiences to be a part of.
All right, everybody, we are back with another VATSIM FNO. By far, my most favorite FNO on the calendar, the FNO Down Under. So, for those of you that are new here, normally how this works is I take you through a flight in VATSIM, break things down nice and slowly as we go through it, and answer any questions that you have along the way. Tonight, along with getting the absolute shit beat out of me, we are going to be getting into one of the FNOs, or Friday Night Ops, as VATSIM calls them. And what these are big events that VATSIM puts on for the community, and because of how crazy and chaotic they can get, it's less time for me to be able to explain things as they're happening, and more of me just showing you what these bigger events look like. So we're going to be starting in Brisbane. We're going to fly on down to Sydney, and then from Sydney, we're going to turn the plane around, and we're going to fly it out to Adelaide. So probably going to expect some delays, particularly getting out of Sydney a little bit later. Coming out of Brisbane, it's going to be hit or miss. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. But let's try and mitigate all of that, and let's get right over to our flight planning here. So let's get the ATIS for Brizzy. And okay, so we have information Tango at 04-2250. Sorry, 4th of the month at 2252 Zulu. Expected instrument approach 19 left and right for arrivals and departures. Independent parallel departures are in progress. Winds are 210 at 8. Visibility is greater than 10 kilometers. Few clouds at 2,000. Temperature is 24. Altimeter is 1016. So a pretty simplistic ATIS for us. And like always, if anybody does have any questions about anything, you can feel free to pop them on in the chat, even though I'm not going to be able to break a whole lot of things down with these big events. Still here to answer any questions that you got. Yeah, there you go, Camus. So, let's bring this over to SimBrief. We want to try and get this filed and get ourselves on our way as soon as possible. So we're going to be flying as Jetstar tonight. Flight number, as always, is going to be 621. Departure is going to be Brisbane. And the arrival is going to be Sydney. Alternate, we'll see what SimBrief wants to give us as an alternate. I just hit the date by accident, so it's going to be... I'm in May, so I want... April 5th, we'll do it 0000. We'll just do it right at the top of the hour. What we'll do is we'll just do 5 minutes past the hour, so it doesn't look confusing. So then we'll do the Airbus A320, and it's going to be, I believe we are running the IAEs. Yeah, so we're running the internationals with the Sharklets, so it's going to be this one right here. Climb, cruise, descent profiles all look good. Everything else here looks fine. Taxi out. Let's do 60 minutes of taxi out fuel, just in case. Just in case. I don't think it's going to... take us that long to taxi out, even if we do get delayed, but in the event we do get ground stopped after we push back from the gate and we got to burn the APU for a little bit, we'll have some extra fuel. Block time is 1 hour and 45 minutes. Departures 19 left. Arrivals 16 left. Altitude, passengers, freight, payload, 0 fuel weight. All that looks good. Route of flight is we're going to fly the Senec 2 departure through the Senec transition, then Hotel 91 to Igdam, then Hotel 652 to Bori, and then it's going to be the Bori 4 Alpha arrival into Sydney. Pretty self-explanatory stuff right there, not a whole lot to it. Generate this flight. And let's... Come on. All right, cool. So flight number, call sign are both going to be Jetstar 621. Departures Brisbane, arrival Sydney. Alternate, it looks like it's going to be Cairns. That's Cairns, right? Canberra. It's Canberra. Aircraft is going to be the Airbus A320. Cruising altitude, or I should say initial altitude, is flight level 340. Cruising profile is 60. Winds are 271 degrees at 71 knots, so a little bit of a crosswind here. Block fuel is 16,230 pounds, 6779 of which is going to get us down to Sydney. 179 people on board the plane with 5,634 pounds of cargo. Zero fuel weight, takeoff weight, and landing weights all look good. We're right at our max landing weight. So if we do not burn all 60 minutes of that taxi fuel, we'll likely be pretty close to that max landing weight. But it is what it is. So yeah, zero. Wow, yeah, it's because of all these people that we have. So yeah, we're gonna be pretty much right at our max zero fuel weight, and then takeoff weight. You know, that looks fine. And then briefing preview, we've got min takeoff is 14,706, which is 2 hours and 37 minutes worth of fuel. And then we have 1524 as our taxi fuel, which is 60 minutes worth of taxi fuel, giving us our total block fuel of 16,230. So let's get this filed on the VATSIM network. So right there. So yeah, all of this looks fine. So they don't do the arrivals and departures as part of the flight plan in Australia. So they'll end up assigning it to us. So Jetstar 621, flight rules are IFR. Aircraft's the A320, medium weight class category. Equipment and transponder codes look good. Departure, arrival is fine. Alternate's good. Off block time is fine. Altitude's 34,000 feet. Departure, en route time is 0107. Cruising speed is 475 with an endurance of 237. So all is good in the world there. Put our little shameless plug in there. Let's get this flight plan filed. So that way that can get routed up to the air traffic control system. They'll be able to see that and be able to get us our clearance here in just a little bit. So we'll get the initialization set up here. Come on, where is my FMS thing? So we're gonna do ATSU, and then wait, no, that's not what I want. I want the init. So we have this. So we're gonna go from YBBN to YSSY. So the IRSs are already aligned. Flight number is gonna be Jetstar 621. Cost index is 60 with a cruising altitude of 340. Let's see. Yeah, so we're good there. Let's bring this back over to the EFB. Let's get everything loaded up. You can technically import a flight plan for SimBrief into that plane. I was pleasantly surprised last time when I put in a bigger number than usual for the cost index. So this is fine. Let's go to mass and balance. We'll load the aircraft. We don't want to take 30 minutes to load this thing, because we want to try and get out of here. We'll do the fast loading, so that way it's not like instant. So let's bring this up here. We'll get the seatbelt signs turned on. Let me move my drink out of the way. We'll get the lights here turned on. Was gonna fly the FNO, but I got a freaking eye infection this morning. Oh man, that's not good. Well, hopefully it doesn't persist for too long. Okay, so we've got all of that. Can we come down here and do anything else? Not until we get our actual clearance. So I guess we could try calling these guys. And, let me change the temperature here. So the ground temperature is 24 degrees. What's up, Rogue? Yeah, so let's see. Ground control is going to be on... I'm sorry, clearance delivery is 118.85. So let's get that in here. And we'll bring this over here.
120, stand 27 with information.
This is going to be interesting.
With information, uniform request clearance to Sydney.
You got my stand number, huh?
Qantas 120, you're all good. You're cleared to Sydney via Fenix A320, Fenix 2 departure runway 19 left.
Stand
Climb by the
24.
60,000 stalk 4230 and departure will be on 124
Yes,
days
it's gonna be
and 7.
stand 24.
Roger, we're cleared to Sydney
So
off of
we're gonna
19
make
left.
this as fast. I'm gonna pretty much jump right on this frequency when this guy's done.
6,000, and we're going to squawk 4230. Departures on 124.7 for Qantas 120.
Qantas 120.
Brisbane ground, Jetstar 621, stand number 24 with Tango, requesting IFR down to Sydney.
Is that Jetstar 621?
Yes, sir, Jetstar 621.
Jetstar 621, you're cleared to Sydney via Sanang time route, runway 19 left, Sanang 2 departure. Climb via the Sydney 6000, score 3742, and departure will be on 1247.
Okay, we are cleared to Sydney via the Senate departure off of runway 19 left. Climb the SID up to 6000, squawk code 3742, departure frequency 124.7, Jetstar 621.
Jetstar 621.
Perfect. Got it right the first time. All right, so it'll be the
Delivery Air Canada 751.
Senec 2 departure. Yeah, it was the
turn
Senec 2.
to
I just didn't write
Adelaide.
that down. Off of runway 19 left. So we'll
Canada
take a look at that here in a minute. Let me get the radio turned down here.
Senec 2 departure, runway 19
And we'll get the music turned back up here for you guys. So, cleared to Sydney via the Senec 2 departure off of 19 left. We're going to climb the SID up to 6,000 feet. Squawk code is 3742. Departure is 124.7. So let's get the squawk code in here. So 3742. 3742. Always forget to turn the stupid transponder on in this thing. So we don't. I guess we'll call clearance delivery for push. What is this? Domestic aprons. So that's this here. I believe we'll just call him for push. So then we'll put ground control in standby one. So that's 1217. And then VHF2 will put tower 120.5. 120.5. And then approach is 124.7. Virgin Australia or Qantas, we're flying as Jetstar. Okay, so our radios are set. Transponder is set. Let's come up here. We're going to get this flight plan plugged in here. So from Brizzy, we're going to fly off of 19 left. It'll be the Senec 2 departure. So we'll insert that into here. Then from Seneg, it's going to be... It's going back up to my sim brief thing here. Hotel 91.
Stand 21. Oh, okay, 21. Request IFR clearance.
To Igdam.
Information echo. Uniform.
Tree set mode C. Yep, mode C is on. H652. And then to Bori. And that's all we got. We're not going to know what arrival we're flying until we start getting close to Sydney. Not a big deal. It's set to W for Wumbo. Is that a thing? Okay, so that's in there. Not really a whole lot to that flight plan. So still waiting for some more people to get loaded on. This will just take another couple of minutes. I can bid on my A-cars here while we're waiting. It's first grade SpongeBob. Oh. I must have missed that one. All right, so schedules, we're going to go from Sydney to... No, sorry, Brisbane to Sydney. And search, we're going to fly as Jetstar. Add that to the bid. Beautiful. We'll get this started. Wonderful. All right, so I'll bring this back over here. Let's take a look at the Seneg 2 departure. So we have Brisbane International Airport, YBBN, which is in Queensland, Australia. And this is the Seneg 2 RNAV departure. Departure frequency per the chart is 118.45. However, we've been given a different frequency because that particular controller is not online. Airport elevation is 15 feet. Transition altitude is 10,000. Plane has to be RNP1 capable, which the A320 is. And then, of course, the Fenix A2 departure for runways 1 right and 19 left. So 19 left is going to take us out in this direction right here. So right off the bat, we have a minimum sector altitude, 2,600 feet within a 10 nautical mile radius of the airport. Want to be cognizant of that. On departure, we're going to fly to Bosvu. At Bosvu, we're going to have to be at or above 600. And then it says, as soon as practicable, after passing Bosvu, but not below 600 feet, turn left track direct to Dadin. So, once we pass Bosvu and we're at or above 600 feet, we're going to make that left-hand turn towards Dadin. At Dadin, we have a maximum airspeed of 220 knots. Then we fly to Dennis. Then we fly to Lily. Then we fly out to Sanic. Pretty simple departure for us to fly. And then we have another sector altitude here between 10 and 25 nautical miles away from the airport is going to be 3,800 feet. Could you imagine an FNO with the soup you were dealing with last night? We did once. It was, we were flying into Newark. We were in the A300 for that. Yeah, we had an FNO that was like that. Wow, was it that bad? Yeah, and it was a pretty sloppy approach too. In the real world, it would have been a go around, but because I not that I lost the glide slope, but I was significantly under it. But at that point, I had already seen the approach lights, and I was like, all right, like I'm just gonna fly it in. SID requires a minimum climb gradient of runway. This is for 1 right, and for runway 19 left, it's 3.3% for obstacles. So 3.3%. This is going to be, I guess we'll just go with the highest one, but which is not going to be a problem. You're talking 1,003 feet per minute at 300 knots over the ground. We're going to be climbing at like 2,500 feet per minute, so we don't really need to worry about any of that. But I will leave this chart up on the screen for another minute or so in case anybody does have any questions, and we do have to keep in mind that we are cleared up to 6,000 feet, so we're not going to climb any higher than 6,000 until the controllers tell us we can. So I will put 6,000 into my autopilot thing here, so that way it does not go above 6,000. And check flight radar to check the Gold Coast to see what's coming up. And a Vegas arrival and departure are both delayed 5. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, so plane is loaded. I'm just going to get these messages cleared out, and then I'll bring the screen back over, and then we'll pretty much be ready to go. All right, so I'll bring this back over here. Let's get the APU started. So let's get the switches turned on. 1,1000, 2,1000, 3,1000. We'll get the pushback helper up and ready. And then we're going to come back over here. Finally, an FNO in the daylight. Yeah, right. Yeah, so we'll do our departure performance here. We will... Can't sync the load sheet. Why can't I sync the load sheet? Why can't I sync the load sheet for my departure performance? Flights, yeah, we have the right flight in here. Why can't I do this? Why is it not letting me... Okay, so something got fucked up here. I'd re-import it. Okay, maybe that'll work. Yeah, so everybody is still on board. Why won't it let me sync the goddamn load sheet? Alright, well, whatever. We'll just do it the hard way. So...
Brisbane delivery, good evening, Pilot Club 73 with you.
Yeah, that is moderately annoying. So takeoff weight, we're going to do 148 point... We'll just do 149. So dude, 49.0.
At Pilot Club 73.
And then, yeah, see, I don't know what this is. I don't know why it's not giving me... Why is it not giving me the load sheet? Okay, so we have gross weight is... Okay, so gross weight is 150.5. All right, I got to write all this shit down because this plane wants to be a brat. So I'll do... And then the gross weight is 150.5. And 30.5 is the... I've never had this happen before. So we're going to do 150... Dude. 150.5. And then it's going to be 31.4. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it wouldn't do this. Do I like pickles? Sure, why not? V1 is 153, VR is 153, and V2 is 154. Flaps are going to be one with a trim down of 0.6 and a flex temp of 70 degrees. We'll come over here. Oh, let me do this first. So alternate is going to be, what was it? CBS? SCB. YSCB. Bring this over here. That's calculated with packs off, by the way. Whatever. Not really going to be that big of a difference. So 153. 153. What am I doing? I'm doing this wrong. I'm fucking brain dead. So it is... Go for your weight, 134.3 and 31.4. Block fuel is going to be 16.2.
525, that's a push. 525.
So 153, 153, 154. Flaps are going to be one with a trim down of 0.6. And our flex temp is 70 degrees. Boom. Well, that looks good. I got to... Yeah, I turn off the packs and then get a warning when I'm in the air. Yeah, because after you take off, you throw them back on after you get to your thrust. I think it's after your thrust reduction altitude.
And the parts will be on 124.7.
Okay, so all of that is in here. Everything looks fine. We'll get the APU bleed on. External power is going to come off. We're going to come over to the EFB. We're going to start getting our ground equipment pulled away. So GPU is coming away. Parking brake is set. We're going to get the tug hooked up. Pull the chocks and cones away. We will mute the music here, and we'll start getting ourselves ready to push. So let me get the radio turned back up. All right, let's get ourselves going. Brisbane delivery, Jetstar 621, stand number 24, requesting push and start with Tango.
Is that for Jetstar 211?
Negative, Jetstar 621.
Jetstar 621, I've gone to 121.7. Yep.
121.7, Jetstar 621, thanks.
35 for push.
Qantas 535, Brisbane ground gate. Push approved. Tail right, please.
Tail right. 35.
Brisbane ground, good morning. Jetstar 621, stand number 24 with Tango, requesting push and start.
Blocked.
Qantas 511, holding point Alpha 3, runway 19 left, please.
Holding point Alpha 3, runway 19 left, Qantas 511.
Qantas 511 as well, contact tower 120.5
This
today.
might take a minute.
120.5, have a good rest of your day, Qantas 511.
Cheers. Speedbird 1959 on Bravo, continue taxi Bravo, holding point Alpha 1, runway 19 left.
Continue taxi on Bravo, up, holding point Alpha 1 for 19 left. Speedbird 1959.
Brisbane ground, good day. Jetstar 621, stand number 24 with Tango, requesting push and start.
Jetstar 621, thanks, push, correction, negative. Stand by, you're number 3 for push.
Number 3, Jetstar 621. All right, so
Qantas 120,
going to be a little bit of a wait.
taxi.
Qantas 120, thanks, taxi Charlie 3.
There's kind of a lot going on here.
Holding point Alpha 3, runway 19 right. Correction, 19
Charlie
left.
3, Bravo,
There's a
holding
Qantas.
point Alpha 3.
Wonder how many A350s we're going to see.
120.
Under Canada 751.
I'll throw the beacon light on for right now. Probably a lot. Yeah, I would imagine probably a lot. Everybody be flying the A350.
Canada 751, thanks, taxi Bravo. Holding point Alpha 1, runway 19 left.
Bravo, holding point Alpha 1 on the 19er left there, Canada 751.
Odds of them being Qantas, probably all of them.
And route 809, give way to the
What is that?
correction.
Oh, it's just a blank livery, so it's not model matching.
Okay, if there's another one coming from my left, he's now in front of me. I'll give way to another one from the right, and the right.
That looks like it may be an A350 out there. That's probably an A350
he was
over
from
here.
the left.
Okay, roger. So confirm the one in front of me is number 1, yeah.
Excellent.
It's the A380 though. People kind of forgot about
809,
the
just confirm
A350
your
though. Might be the same thing as the
departure.
AM. Well, yeah, I feel just like not a lot of people are using it on flights like this because these are pretty short flights.
Qantas 120, sir.
And not too many airports can handle it.
Please.
Qantas 120, say again.
Can you accept the full length?
We can do full length.
Damn, that dude's moving.
Qantas 120, thanks. Just for spacing, continue taxi Bravo, holding point Alpha 1, runway 19 left.
Roger, continue Bravo, Alpha 1, Qantas 120.
Alright, Jetstar 819, push approved.
Yeah, he was moving. Now he's at a dead stop.
Jetstar 819, did you want us tails north or south?
Bro slammed on the brakes like he was about to rear end a police car.
819, if you can figure out which one's tail right, that's what I want, please.
Copy, tail north, Jetstar 819.
Brisbane ground, hello there from Delta 441. Pushed and started from stand 82, facing north,
like
requesting
Spy.
taxi.
He's gonna be over there.
Delta 441, thanks. Taxi Charlie 9, Bravo, hold short Charlie 6.
So he's probably flying the A350.
Taxi Charlie 9, Bravo, and then hold short of Charlie 6 for Delta 441.
And set 75, not forgot about your push approved.
Hopefully we're next. There goes that Qantas.
Royal American 23, stand 80, information, uniform request, push and start. American 23, once the Delta 441 A350 heavy pushes from your right to left, push approved.
I was thinking about bringing the A350 out tonight, but decided against it. But I thought about it.
And set 75, Brisbane ground.
Answer 75, go ahead.
And set 75, push approved.
Push approved. Answer 75, heavy.
What was that? Just something 75 heavy? I don't know what that was.
Okay, 535, ready taxi.
Qantas 535, taxi Charlie 1, hold short of whiskey.
Charlie 1 to the whiskey, 35.
Trying to find that plane. I don't see it though.
Brisbane ground velocity 881, ready for taxi.
Velocity 881, taxi Charlie 2, hold short of Charlie 1, give way to the Qantas 535.
Taxi Charlie 2, hold short Charlie 1, give way to the Qantas 535, velocity 881.
And velocity 881, to your right, what aircraft is that? Can you see? All station, stand by.
I think it's a A320.
Fly-by-wire 320, is that you?
Fly-by-wire.
Ground on route 809, just to confirm we're still holding short of whiskey.
And route 809, negative, sorry about that. Continue taxi Bravo, holding point Alpha 3, runway 19 left.
Continue Bravo, holding point Alpha 3, runway 19 left, and 0829.
Hopefully we got a pushback.
Canada 751, same for you. Taxi Bravo, holding point Alpha 3, runway 19 left.
We're following traffic here, Canada 751 on Bravo.
Ground,
just 420, guys, 29.
Alright, 2 stations at 1 for Jetstar 420, What? Could you squawk Charlie, please?
Hopefully we get a clearance here soon. That way we don't have to sit on the ground forever waiting.
Jetstar 420, thanks. Stand by.
Seabird 1959, lean short runway 19 left, Alpha 1 ready for departure.
Seabird 1959, contact tower 120.5.
120.5.
I would say take off VFR, but you can't yet. Not really an option.
It's only exactly 5.
You said Alpha 1,
I
correct?
just want to confirm you went at 6811.
All stations, standby coordination.
Oh boy. See, you said we were number 3. There's already been like 2 or 3 planes that have pushed back, so ideally we'll be the next one, but hard to say. He says there's coordination, so...
Alright, all stations, Brisbane ground back.
On there, Canada 751, can you confirm Alpha 1 or Alpha 3?
It's Alpha 3, so the next flight here.
Alpha 3 for Canada 751.
Alright, Qantas 120, en route 809 and Air Canada 751. All adjacent late contact tower 120.5, don't read back.
Don't read back, gotta love that.
Brisbane ground just 819.
This is a fine for fucking pickle. Damn it.
Jetstar 819, thanks, taxi Charlie 3. Give way to the velocity 881 on Charlie 1. Hold short whiskey.
We're pointed towards Charlie 4 because we went tail north.
Well, he said tail to the right, that's not
My
tail to the
apologies,
right.
taxi Charlie 4, Bravo, hold short of Charlie 1, give way to the velocity, and then hold short
I
whiskey.
don't think it was anyway.
Charlie 4 Bravo, hold short of Charlie 1 and give way to the velocity from there, hold short of whiskey. Jetstar 819.
Qantas 555, continue taxi Bravo, holding point Alpha 1, runway 19
How would you
left.
nicely say to a controller who seems to have forgotten about you holding short of a runway, just check in, say, hey, you know, Jetstar 621 short, you know, 19 left, let's say.
Velocity 881,
You just call and you just check in with them again. Because sometimes that happens, sometimes they'll forget.
19 left.
Continue taxi Bravo, holding point Alpha 1, runway 19 left. Velocity AA1.
Ground American 23, ready for taxi, request full length. American 23, not a problem.
That happened
taxi
today,
Charlie 9,
IRL,
Bravo,
and I got
hold short
yelled at.
Charlie 6.
How long were you waiting? I mean, they generally are not going to forget about you. It's just a sequencing thing.
Delta 441, continue taxi Bravo. Caution, there's an A320 ahead. Continue, hold short with whiskey.
Continue on Bravo, watch out for the A320 up ahead, and we will hold short of whiskey for Delta 441.
Jetstar 420, you on frequency?
Jetstar 420,
Jetstar 420, push approved now.
I have a feeling we're after him. That's this Jetstar right back over here. That's Spy, yep, that's Spy right there. That big old Delta jet. I think we're after Jetstar 420. Well, good thing we brought plenty of fuel. What's our min takeoff? It was like 13 something? 14.7. So, yeah. Plenty of fuel. 787 is the Boeing equivalent to what, the A350? Yeah, kind of.
Jetstar 819, continue taxi, holding point Bravo. Correction, Alpha 3, only 19 left.
Continue taxi to the Alpha 3 holding point for runway 19 left. Jetstar 819.
I don't know if I would say it's the Boeing equivalent, but it's the competitor to the 787.
Delta 441, continue taxi Bravo, holding point Alpha 1, runway 19 left.
Continue on Bravo to holding point Alpha 1, runway 19 left for Delta 441.
Jetstar 819, make sure you get as much space as you can. Contact tower 120.5, good day.
Get as close as we can and contact the tower 1205, Jetstar 819.
Get as close as you can. That's exciting. Get right up on them.
Qantas 535 and velocity 881, contact tower 12, correction 120.5, good day.
120.5, see you.
Oh. What is going on over there? Is that a GSX thing?
And Brisbane ground, Pilot Club 341, stand 55, information uniform, request push.
It's very
Pilot Club
interesting.
341, push approved.
That's pretty Falcon 341.
There's some funky stuff happening there. Was that Moose? I don't know. It's Dane Flats landing the MD-80 again. Up, bye. What the hell is he doing? Okay. I think he slew-moed it in his sim crash. The one talking. That's Stu. The one, that Pilot Club that just called in, that was Stu. Yeah, that was definitely interesting to watch. Yeah, we should be after that Jetstar. Because that right there is 420, that one is 674, this one's 211. I think 211 is behind us. But I guess they're trying to alleviate how many planes are on the taxiways. I can hear that plane from all the way over here. Interesting. There goes our Qantas.
American 23, continue taxi Bravo, hold short whiskey.
We'll probably be able to watch Spy take off before we push back. That's him down over there.
American 23, just to confirm, he says you want it full length.
Affirmative, American 23.
Oh, that Delta jet over there came in from Los Angeles.
23, thanks, continue taxi Bravo, hold, holding point Alpha 1.
He's been flying all day.
Continue on Bravo, holding point Alpha 1,
Brisbane ground, answer 75 heavy, information uniform, pushback from domestic terminal, ready to taxi.
Answer 75, thanks, taxi Charlie 5.
And we get to see some pretty planes take off at least.
Taxi Charlie 5, hold for Bravo, answer 75.
Oh, we kind of knew that a delay was inevitable here. Probably be the same over at Sydney.
Ground, good day, just 211.
But honestly, if we can get pushed back and at least out to the runway in the next 15 minutes, I'll call that a success.
75 wants the American.
I have a feeling the popular route is going to be between Sydney and Brisbane, so going from Sydney out to Adelaide should be a little bit easier. But we'll see.
Americans, correction, answer 75, did you get that?
Answer 75, repeat.
Answer 75, no problem. The Americans should have passed from your right to left now. Continue taxi Bravo, hold short whiskey.
Follow the American, taxi Bravo, hold short whiskey, answer 75.
Delta 93, you're on frequency.
Why is he pushing back? How come he gets to push back before us?
Delta 93 heavy, Brisbane ground, good day. Continue taxi Sierra, Zulu, hold short Bravo.
Yeah, Zulu, hold short Bravo, Delta 93.
Brisbane ground,
hey,
good day.
Kaba, thanks for the
Velocity
1,000
912,
biddies.
stand 43,
Appreciate you, my friend. Hopefully work's going well for you today. Assuming that you are... Yeah, let me call
Ground,
this guy and figure out what the hell's going on here.
Request taxi,
Sorry, Jetstar 420, the status is Victor. QNH is 1015, continue. Are you facing Charlie 3 or Charlie 4?
We can do either Charlie 3 or Charlie 4, and we can also accept Alpha 3 and 6. And is it information Sierra?
Information Victor. Nothing's really changed other than QNH 1015 and taxi Charlie 4, Bravo, hold short whiskey.
Copy information Victor, QNH 1015, taxi Charlie 4, Bravo, hold short whiskey, Jetstar 4.
Ground Jetstar 621, just looking for an update on the push.
Jetstar 621, sorry about that. Just to confirm, you can push tail left.
Okay, push back tail to the left, Jetstar 621, thanks. All right, so beacon lights on. Let's get this out. So we're going to push our tail out this way. So it's going to be a little awkward as to how I'm going to do it, but we're going to do it. So parking brakes off, tug is hooked up. Start the push.
Club 341.
Start the timer.
341, thanks. Taxi Charlie 3, Bravo. Hold short of Charlie 3, please.
Supposed to be, just got home helped with a triple op to get up to 50 hours this year. There you go. Make some extra money.
Charlie 6 Bravo, hold short, Charlie 3, Pilot 341.
Alright, oh, whoops, wrong way. So let's get engine number 1 started here.
And 75, just to confirm, you can accept full length.
Yeah, we can accept full length and 75.
And 75, thanks. Continue taxi, hold short whiskey.
Continue taxi, hold short whiskey. I think we're just about holding short whiskey now, and 75.
And 75, next is just the next left, so not the second next left, sorry.
So we'll
second next
here.
left, not the next left. Sorry, the chart's a little bit condensed, stands at 75 heavy.
Yeah, no risk.
Good evening, ground.
So what I'll do is I'll just kind of, yeah, it's going to be a little weird how I'm going to do it because I don't want to be in this guy's way.
Station calling was at Qantas 1971.
So we'll kind of do it like
Qantas 1971, thanks.
This should be
push and start approved, tail north.
You like this livery? Yeah, it is.
Push and start approved, tail left, Qantas 1971.
This is Jetstar is one of Australia's low-cost carriers, so I guess kind of like what Frontier Airlines would be.
Tail right, Qantas 1971.
From my understanding, anyway.
Delta 93 heavy, continue taxi.
All right, so engine 1 is good. Let's fire up engine number 2.
Hold short of Bravo 6.
Taxi Zulu.
Like what my airline is? Yeah, probably.
Brisbane ground Jetstar 674 base 30, requesting push and start, please.
Jetstar 674. Stand by for push, number 1.
Roger, standing by number 1.
Okay, answer 75, continue taxi on Bravo. Caution the A330.
Kicking
Caution
over.
from your left to right on Zulu. Continue holding point Alpha 1, runway 19 left.
Alright, continue taxi whiskey, no, sorry, continue taxi Bravo.
Tug disconnected here.
Caution the A330, holding point 19 left, answer 75 heavy.
Bah, I'm in a
Jetstar
box.
420, just to confirm you can accept Alpha 3 intersection.
AFAM Jetstar 420.
Jetstar 420, thanks. Continue taxi Bravo, holding point Alpha 3, runway 19 left.
Taxi by
All right,
Bravo,
so
Alpha
engine 1
3,
is
runway
good,
19
so let's start
Jetstar.
turning on some of these things here. So we'll get this
Brisbane
on,
ground,
we'll
velocity
get
912,
TCAS
major
set to
sector, ready to
RA, we'll get the
Velocity
APU turned
912,
off,
taxi Charlie 4, Bravo, hold short, Charlie
we'll
3,
come down
please.
here,
Okay, Charlie
ignition
4, Bravo,
source back to
Charlie
normal,
2,
we'll check the engine status looks good, air conditioning looks warm.
Okay, Jetstar
Oh, now it's starting to
674,
come
could
down,
you swap
okay.
mode Charlie?
So doors are good. Flight controls. Do a quick check. The aileron's good. Elevator's good.
Thank you very
Rudder,
much.
speed brake's good. Flaps coming to 1.
Correction, 73 max.
Love the breeze livery. The 220s look amazing. Yeah, the 220s are a nice looking plane with that livery. I can't wait for a 220 to come to the flight sim. If I get the E170 though, I might just throw a breeze livery on it. 85 C. That's I don't think that's in Celsius. I think that's in Fahrenheit.
Either one, whichever.
Roger, we'll push.
Yeah, 85 degrees Celsius in the inside of the plane when it's only 24 degrees outside the plane. Like, yeah, you would like this. First of all, that's like physically impossible. Second off, like if it was 85 degrees Celsius, like everybody would be dead. E-jets have insane landing performance for a jet. Yeah. You don't use. I thought they use the 170s. Are they the 190s?
Continue taxi Bravo, holding point Alpha 3.
They're directly from the engines, I guess, but like even still.
Yeah, Bravo, holding point Alpha 319 left of 341.
Delta 93, do you have a bay of preference for that?
That was actually kind of cool to watch.
Can we get bay 81 Delta?
Alright, so everything looks good up here. We'll get the taxi lights set
Delta
to
93, not a problem. Continue taxi Alpha.
I think we are ready to go.
Bravo 9.
Oh, wait a minute.
Charlie 9 to stand 8-1.
Continue Alpha, Charlie 9, and to bay 81 Delta 93. Heavy, thanks.
Let's get the new ATIS here, if there is one. Yeah, Victor. Brisbane ground, Jetstar 621 with Victor, ready to taxi.
Jetstar 621, taxi Charlie 3, hold short Bravo.
Taxi Charlie 3, hold short Bravo, Jetstar 621. So Charlie 3 is going to be this, so it's gonna be this one right here and hold short of Bravo.
Jetstar 211, standby, company traffic's on the apron, moving.
All right. That was fast.
Velocity 9012, is it okay if I give you full run? It's the only one available right now.
I think they have a better factored landing distance than the Beach 1900.
Sorry, say again, Velocity
and that's a turboprop. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Velocity 912, is it okay
it
if
wouldn't
I give you full
surprise
run?
me.
That only one available right now.
Yeah, totally full length is totally fine. Velocity
That's Charlie 3.
Velocity 912, thanks. Continue taxi Bravo, holding point Alpha 1.
This dude is blocking me.
Okay, continue Bravo, Alpha 1, hold point 19 left, Velocity 912.
Oh, that's probably him right there. Virgil Australia's velocity.
30 taxi, and we can take Alpha 3.
Moving all the way up. Nice and close, please.
Locked.
Pilot Club 341, for the Alpha 3 holding point. Make it nice and close.
Kind of chromish, reminds me of the old. Yeah, I think it's a.
Yeah, make it close, Pilot Club 341.
I don't know if it's chrome. I think it's just like a gunmetal gray. I don't think it's chrome.
Pilot Club 341, just to confirm, I gave you switch over to tower.
It's like gunmetal gray, like steel metallic, whatever you want to call it.
Stepped on there.
Kind of like the Cybertrucks.
Pilot Club 341.
Yeah.
Like that kind of look, but it's pink.
Anyone ready to taxi, expect the intersection Alpha 3 departure.
Alright, Qantas 1973, Roger, taxi Charlie 1, Charlie, hold short, whiskey.
Qantas 1971, can you again?
1971, it's Charlie 1, Charlie, hold short, whiskey.
I bet. Do I recommend rudder pedals? 100%. I have the controls on my joystick by air. Yeah, I would highly recommend a set of rudder pedals. I have the Logitechs, which
Qantas 1971, it's Charlie 2.
They're relatively inexpensive. I can look up the price for them right now.
Charlie 2, hold short, Bravo.
So the ones that I have,
taxi Charlie 2, hold short Bravo, Qantas 1971.
They are
Jetstar 621, continue taxi Charlie 3, Bravo, holding point Alpha 1, runway 19 left.
Charlie 3, Bravo, holding point Alpha 1 for runway 19 left, Jetstar 621.
Jetstar 211.
So the rudder pedals that I have right now, you can get them on Amazon. It's the Logitech G.
Bravo, please.
They're $150.
Taxi Charlie 3,
I think I bought them for like $120.
Yeah, Brisbane ground, Pilot Club 711.
The big planes look like they're flying so slow. Yeah, isn't it crazy? Like, I remember I was watching an A380 fly over the airport that I worked at, and it was probably somewhere around 8,000, maybe 7,000 or 8,000 feet up, and it looked like it wasn't even moving.
After that, follow behind it and hold short, whiskey.
It was on approach to JFK, and we're just watching this thing. I'm like, that thing is moving 250 knots, but it does not look like it's moving at all.
Jetstar 621, continue taxi Bravo, holding point Alpha 3.
Never seen a plane. Yeah, it's planes that are empty. They're basically fighter jets.
Jetstar 621, you can take holding point Alpha 3 if you want.
Oh, yeah, we'll take holding point Alpha 3, Jetstar 621.
Jetstar 621, Roger taxi Bravo, holding point Alpha 3, runway 19 right. 19 left, sorry.
Okay, Bravo, holding point Alpha 3, runway 19 left for Jetstar 621, thanks. All right, so I'm going to take out my flex temp because we're going to be...
Jetstar 211, continue taxi Charlie 3, Bravo, hold short.
We're getting an intersection departure here, and I do not want to use a flex temp for that. So basically, we're going to be taking off right here. So, I mean, like, the runway is still long enough. So this is probably somewhere around, like, 9,000 feet. But I don't want to mess, especially with how heavy we are, I don't want to mess around with a flex temp. So we'll just go full toga, send it.
Answer 75, we're holding point 19 left. You want us over
with
the
how
tower?
heavy we are, how warm it is, I don't want to mess around.
75, contact tower 120.5, same with velocity 912, please.
120.5 for tower, thanks, Top. Answer 75.
120.5 for Jetstar 621, thanks for all your help.
Jetstar 621, velocity 912, contact tower 120.5, please.
20.5, Jetstar 621. I thought he told me to do that before. So let's do... Oh, I gotta... This stupid freaking thing. Where's the radio stack? Come on, give me the damn thing.
1971, just to confirm you wanted Alpha 3, right?
Really? There we go.
Hey, flight since 1971.
Contest.
There we go. Brisbane Tower, Jetstar 621, holding point Alpha 3, number 2.
American 23 Heavy, runway 1 on the left, clear for takeoff.
1 on the left, clear for takeoff, American 23 Heavy.
621 Brisbane Tower, good day, just stand by, number 3 for departure.
Number 3, Jetstar 621. Big old 777. I gotta bring that thing out again, too. Take a screenshot of that. That's actually a pretty dope looking shot. Oh, that's a 7.8. It looked like a 777 from a distance.
341, line up and wait runway 1 on the left. Expected a 1 minute, apologies, 2 minutes to traffic separation.
Runway 19 on the left, Falco, tree 41.
Hansen 75, line up and wait runway 1 on the left, your number 2 for departure.
I think this is Stu right in front of us.
Number 2 for departure, lamp and wait, 19 left, answer 75.
Yeah, this is Stu right in front of us.
American, can contact departures 124.7, have a good day.
124.7 American.
Alright, so we'll get the strobe lights turned on. We'll pull the landing lights out, but we won't turn them on just yet. It's insane how big the 7.8s are. I see the test flights so often. Yeah, 7.8s are big. The biggest plane I've ever stood next to was the 777-300. That plane is fucking gigantic. Like, I cannot explain to you how big the 777 is. Especially the 300. It's insultingly large. You could use the 777 to transport 737 fuselages. Like, it's a gigantic plane.
Falcon 341 on the left, let's
How's my fumes back there?
Midwestern.
Midwestern.
Takeoff, Falcon 341.
Biggest for me is, yeah, I've never stood next to a 7.8. I've seen the A380s at JFK. Never got, like, close enough to it to really, like, appreciate how gigantic that plane is. But, like, I've seen them. I think the ones that I saw at JFK were Korean Air. I think Korean Air is the only A380s that I've actually, like, seen.
Tower, Qantas 971, we're nearing the Alpha 3 holding point, runway 1 on the left, ready for takeoff.
Corner 1971, Brisbane Tower, good day.
747 for... Oh, yeah, the fucking... the one that you showed me a picture of the other day.
Flight Club 341, contact departures.
Never got close to a 7.4, but have seen them. I've seen them close enough. I've taxied behind one, like I was flying out of DFW. There was a UPS one in front of us. It's like I got to see it, you know, taxi by, which was kind of cool. Yeah, never been in one. The biggest plane I've flown in was the 7.6. See them basically well, yeah, because they have the Boeing assembly, well, not Boeing assembly plant, but it's like the final production plant or something that's there. I forget exactly what it is. Something. Or is that just like the repair plant? I don't know what Charleston is. Something to do with Boeings. They build the 7.8s there? Okay.
5 and 1 left for takeoff.
1 hour left, clear for takeoff, ends at 75.
All right, here we go. I don't know what AMSET is, but that's not model matching to it. That's just like default model matching. And then we'll end up taking off behind them. We'll probably have some wake turbulence separation because I believe that is a 777. Oh, it's a 7.6. Well, it's supposed to be. It's not model match, but that's supposed to be a 7.6.
It's 621, line up, runway 1 minute left, I expect delay 2 minutes direct separation.
All right, 19 left, line up and waits. Jetstar 621. I almost said southwest.
Velocity 912, Brisbane Tower, are you with me?
I'm with you, Velocity 912.
All right.
Velocity 912, line up and wait, runway 1 minute left, your number 2 for departure.
Line up away 100 left to Velocity 912.
There'll be a little delay for wake turbulence separation.
FNO 75, contact departures 124.7, have a good day.
124.7 for departure, thanks, Bob, ends at 75.
All right, boys. Calm before the storm. Military base contracts is 7.4 for cargo and the trip 7 for troop transports. Oh, okay. That would be a good place to do it out of, though. Out of Charleston.
Just 621, runway 1 minute left, clear for takeoff.
19 left, clear for takeoff, Jetstar 621. All right, so chronometer, start, power 40%. We'll hold the brakes for this one. And toga. Airspeed's alive. 100 knots. D1, rotate, D2. Positive climb.
Just 621, contact departure 124.7, have a good day.
124.7, Jetstar 621. Departure Jetstar 621, 1,300, climbing 6,000.
Just 621 identified climb, but it's flight level 180.
Flight level 180, Jetstar 621. Ooh, a little bumpy coming out of Brisbane. Whoa! Yeah, it's a little bumpy coming out of here today, huh? Oh my God. All right, flaps up. And we have a speed of 220 knots that we're going to maintain for right now. Let's come up here. We'll get the nose lights turned off. And we'll get the spoilers disarmed. Maybe because it's hot in the land down. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's all the thermals coming off the ground. All right, we'll be making our right-hand turn here now. God. Yeah, it is bouncy.
American 75 Heavy, contact Brisbane Centre 134.2, good day.
Alright, we can now go up to 250.
SAP for Ansett 75 Heavy, I think you said American 75 Heavy.
Ansett 75 Heavy, apologise. Contact Brisbane Centre 134.2, good day.
134.2 for Brisbane Center. Thanks, Delta Ansett 75 Heavy.
134 decimal. Is that we said 134.2? So we'll get that prepped in the radio since that'll be the next frequency that we go to. It could also be the wake turbulence coming off of that plane.
Departure, good day, velocity 912, climbing through 1.7 via the SID.
Oh, what's going on here?
The 912 Brisbane approach, good A, identify, climb by
that was weird.
180.
Climb by the SID, flight level 180, velocity 912.
Well, what if maybe I passed a little bit too far to the left of the fix, that's why it did that. That was weird. Ansett is a VA. Oh, is it? All right, so we'll get the autopilot engaged here. And coming up on 10,000, that'll be our transition altitude. This will get set to standard. We'll turn the constraints off. We'll get the music turned back on. And landing lights will come off. As well will the wing lights. No one ever heard of it. I feel like I've heard the name before. I may have heard it in another event. Bah! Alright. So it's an hour-long flight out to Sydney. And then I think Sydney to Adelaide is a little bit longer. I want to say it's like an hour and 15. Let me just run it through SimBrief real quick. So YSSY to YPAD. Yeah, it's a block time of 2 hours, 25 minutes, but it'll probably be like an hour and 30-minute flight. So it'll be a little bit longer. So likely the event will end before we actually get to Adelaide, but defunct Australian airline as well. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Good day, Brisbane departures. Squad is 971, passing 6 level, correction, 10,000 for 6,000.
Qantas 1971, Brisbane approach, good day.
Do the crazy flight if you get the A320. That's LAX to Charleston. That would be interesting.
Qantas 971, ticket.
Qantas 1971, identified, climb by SID, flight level 180.
Climb by SID, level 180, Qantas 971.
Just R621, contact Brisbane Centre 134.2, good day.
134.2, Jetstar 621, so long.
1988, that we've come back to 250 knots.
Is that 1988?
Aye, sir.
1988, thanks.
Brisbane Center, Jetstar 621, flight level 140, climbing flight level 180.
Jetstar 621, Brisbane Center, good day, climb flight level 340.
Climb flight level 340, Jetstar 621.
Jetstar 828, contact.
Flying into Sydney is always a lot of fun. It's going to be, Sydney is going to be chaotic. There's no two ways about it. Sydney is going to be absolute chaos. And I'm here for it. Like, Sydney, like, right now, is on fire. Look at all these planes.
Good day,
There's a bunch that are on the ground, and there's a shit ton that are flying in. Like, there's a lot. Well, like I said, the popular route is going to be between Sydney and Brisbane. This is going to be fun. What's the best special livery on a plane you've actually seen?
Corrections, Lockheed 912, we got you now. Brisbane Center, good day, climb flight level 360.
That I haven't seen too many of them.
360,
I thought the Celtics livery on the JetBlue plane was pretty cool, which is different. I've seen the Shamu Southwest plane. I flew on the American A320 with the old US Airways livery. That was pretty cool. I've seen the Star Wars livery with United. That was pretty cool.
Brisbane Center, pilot club 341 request, 2 minutes out.
Friday, that was chaos today. Well, at the time that they do it doesn't really align with my schedule. That's why I don't do it.
Turn left heading 180, then approve as requested. Sorry, say again, how long, sir?
Yeah, about 2 minutes.
341 heading 180, then approved.
Heading 180 and approved, pilot club 341.
I want to see the Star Wars. Yeah, it's a pretty cool looking livery.
Flight level 330 and lead heading 2 Alpha for 19 right. At 250.
Station calling blocked break, American 23, heavy to sequencing, turn left now, heading 180. Left turn 180, American 23, heavy. Station calling before, say again.
American 1 departing flight level 330 for flight level 250, Henley 2 arrival for 19 right.
American 1, thank you.
Okay.
New Zealand 1988,
so we're looking at a 0121 arrival time.
24.7.
Continue the descent. 9,000 Brisbane 1.
Yeah, it's about an hour from now.
Again for 1988.
1988, that's 124.
I've seen the Super Mario.
124.7, sitting in my
Texas flag Southwest. I haven't seen the Texas flag Southwest. I have seen the. Is it the Nevada one? I think it was the Nevada one.
130,
in the United French. Yeah, I haven't seen that one. I think the Southwest I saw was the Nevada. Yeah, it's like the blue one. Yeah.
Bossy 881 for sequence.
The Nevada one I've
left
seen.
now, heading 170.
We sim in these flights. Yeah, something like that. We'll call it that.
Bossy 881 heading 170 for sequencing.
Uh-oh. So
170 for sequencing. Bossy 881.
American 23, can we make that turn heading 160 now, please?
Left heading 160, American 23.
Oh, I wonder if it's because...
Qantas 535, contact center 130.
Because those are all the big planes, so they're flying really fast. Yeah, so like that American's flying at 462. The ones in front of them are flying at...
Qantas 1971, Brisbane Center, good day, climb flight level 380.
Yeah, they're flying at like 430 knots, so...
Climb flight level 380, Qantas 1971.
That's the thing about like flying those big planes in events like this, is that you are so much faster than everybody else. Been simming a little, trying to get my fix with the weather being shit. Yeah, fair enough.
Descend 9,000, QH 1015, Velocity 935. American 1, descend flight level 180.
180, American 1.
What happened with the A300? Nothing. Nothing that I'm aware of.
And Pilot Club 341 is back.
Pilot Club 341, welcome back.
TV Signature Star 22, can you just confirm our runway for us really quickly, please?
Just say 22, that's a go for Alpha, runway 19 or left.
19
My
left,
favorite
sorry,
plane
22.
liveries that I've been seeing more recently is the Air Canada CRJ9. Yeah, that's a pretty cool looking plane.
Velocity 920, flight contact approach 124.7.
Approach 124.7, velocity 925.
I do like the American Airlines liveries on the CRJ. I think it looks pretty neat. It's nice and simplistic. Oh, bumpy, bumpy. It is bumpy.
Velocity 881, resume navigation direct to Tessie.
I think the Delta looks better. Not the biggest fan of the American Gray.
Resume
I mean,
navigation direct
it's
Tessie,
tasteful.
velocity 881.
Oh my god, it is bumpy. I don't know if it's bumpy, but there's no one in front of us. So I was like, I don't know if it's bumpy because of the plane in front of us, but they've already, like, because they're going out to Melbourne, so they're not going to be directly in front of us. So I guess it's just thermals.
American 1, descent flight level 130.
130, American 1.
I have to step away for about 1 0 minutes, velocity 881.
Velocity 881, crew has requested report back.
Report back, velocity 881.
I'm surprised they didn't have Melbourne
819, contact center 130.9.
in this event, because usually Melbourne is always part of the FNO Down Under.
Center on 130.9.
Raised as a special livery for St. Patrick's Day that was green and gold, and that turned out to be a fake. I was mad.
Departing
That would be pretty funny, though.
370. On 361, thanks, descent flight level 180 now. Flight level 180, New Zealand 361.
Brisbane Center, hello, it's Pilot Club 731.
We've only got 2 more weeks left until across the pond, I think. Is it 2 weeks or is it 3 weeks?
Pilot Club
On the 26th, that might be 3 weeks. I might not know how to count.
Level 360, Pilot Club 73.
Yeah, it's 3 weeks. I forgot how to count.
Brisbane Center, good afternoon. Jetstar 674 with you, passing through flight level 146 for 18.
Just our 674, Brisbane Center.
A320 would be a nice plane to use for that Toronto
flight
rotation.
level 360,
The week the
Jetstar
CRJ
674.
update got canceled, yeah.
Brisbane Center, g'day, Jetstar 657-350.
Yeah, Synaptic Simulations is working on the
Just
A220, and from my understanding, they're working on it in conjunction with any builds.
Right now, heading
So I'm not really
240.
sure what's going on with it.
Turn 240, American 2380.
But yeah, that plane's been like in development for like 4 years at this point. Got to perfect the deafening how. Yeah, I don't expect it to be that quality of a plane. If you want me to, like a freeware plane is not going to have that level of quality right out the gate. Phoenix, in my opinion, Phoenix should develop an A220. Phoenix could really hit it home with an A220. Because right now they're working on the Neos.
Qantas 902, Brisbane, Senegal.
But if they drop if they were to drop an A220, that would be a
134.9 for Delta 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
They move from freeware to payware. Oh, I don't even know that. With any, well, being that it's with any builds now, that's not very surprising because when they initially were working on the A220, it was in conjunction with fly-by-wire.
Altitude again for American 1.
American 1,
no, we're not even out of cruising altitude yet.
Then approach 1247.
90,000 QNH 1015, then over to 124.7 American 1. Thanks for being here.
See you later. Good day. Good day.
And it's taking, well, yeah, because any's priorities right now are on the A350.
Level 130.
Flight level 130, New Zealand 361.
Pilot Club 341, turn right, heading 250.
Right, 250, Pilot Club 341.
Hello, Brisbane. Hello, Pilot Club 7.
Sounds like there's delay vectors ahead of us.
Level 140, climbing to level 180.
Pilot Club 711, Brisbane, Senegal.
Screw the 350 at the 220. The 350 is a pretty decent plane for what it is. I wonder what the split of responsibility is for the A220. Couldn't tell you.
657 star clearance available.
Go ahead.
657, you're cleared. The Blacker 6 Alpha arrival.
I would imagine the majority of this thing is probably with Any Builds.
250, report leaving.
Any Builds is funding it, and then Synaptic's probably developing it.
Cleared Blacker 6 Alpha, 19 left, when ready, 250, report leaving jet 650.
Because that would be the reason that they would go with Any Builds, is because they want the resources that Any Builds can offer. So I'm sure Any Builds has a controlling stake in it.
Just up 420, contact center 130.9 ago.
30.9. So we'll get that in radio 1.
Just up 420, Brisbane Center.
Uh-oh.
Just up 420.
Wake up.
Just up 420, contact center 130.9 ago.
130.9 at just up 420.
Brisbane Center, answer 75 Heavy. Could I step away 2 minutes?
Brisbane? No, it's Brisbane. Brisbane. Brisbane.
Answer 75 Heavy approved as requested. Callback.
I have a weird feeling the A220 is going to be the next plane released from Any. Well, yeah, because they're not working on any other plans. Any doesn't have any other plans as far as I know besides the A350.
200 Brisbane Senegal, Quorum for level 360.
But now they have to go through the painstaking process of taking a plane that was originally meant for Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 and also make it compatible with 2024.
This is Qantas 866 at 57380 and the new and software.
Was 866 Brisbane Senegal, break, American 23, resume navigation, direct ADMA now.
Resume own navigation, direct ADMA, American 23 heavy.
Qantas 902 star currents available.
Can we get the ATIS for Sydney yet? Are we close enough?
My apologies, disregard. Qantas 866 star currents available.
Qantas 866 ready, copy.
And we are still raising money for the California Fire Foundation, everybody. So if you're not familiar with who they are an organization that is currently helping out those that have been affected by the Palisades wildfire in California earlier this year. So we have everything set up through the Twitch donate function. So I do ask that if you are considering throwing any money at the stream, that you instead consider donating it to the California Fire Foundation so they can continue helping those out in need. And myself and the people of California, thank you in advance.
361 descend 9000 QNH 1015.
9,000 and
Cruise temp is
1015.
plus
New Zealand
14
361.
ISA, and the, yeah. It do be
Brisbane Center,
warm.
answer 75 Heavy, back with you.
I think it's time for me to hop on
Answer
VR and
75,
party. Yeah,
welcome
man.
back. Whiskey Sierra Golf, contact myself
We'll
on
definitely meet up in VR this
133.8.
weekend.
Whiskey Sierra Golf, Brisbane Center. Velocity 881, Brisbane Center, you back?
Uh-oh. Yeah, you enjoy your VR, Kaba.
Pilot Club 341, resuming navigation, direct Admar now.
Do you recommend
Yeah,
any
direct
AI
Admar,
ATC? I heard Say
341.
Intentions is pretty good.
Back in cockpit, velocity 881.
I know people that use Say Intentions that
Velocity
really
881,
enjoy it.
with
That's really
deviated
the only
track
one that I know of.
Correction, sir.
And
turn
beyond
right
ATC,
now,
I hear
heading
is pretty good.
0, correction 250 now. Velocity 881, heading 250.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, who was the station who called back?
Brisbane Center, Whiskey.
Can I get a mic check, velocity 881?
Calling me earlier.
Velocity 881, readability 5. Turn right now, heading 250.
Yeah, so looking at just under an hour here until we land. But yeah, it bumpy. It bumpy. That's why the seatbelt sign is staying on. It do be quite bump.
And the station calling just before who's blocked, say again.
Oh, we got the ATIS for Sydney here.
Brisbane Center,
Let's take a
Whiskey,
look at this.
Sierra Foxtrot.
So we have
you called
ATIS
for
information
Whiskey
Quebec
something
updated
Golf.
at
Where's that for me?
0004 Zulu. Expect
Sierra
independent
Foxtrot, A-firm, my
independent visual
apologies.
approach. Do not
Contact
pass
us
through
on
assigned
133,
runway
that's
center
fine.
line. Runway
133,
16 left and
that's
right
fine.
for arrivals and departures. Independent parallel approaches and
Haven't got my
departures are in
reading well,
progress. When ready for pushback, a
Albert.
taxi contact coordinator on 127.6. Yeah, it's going to be busy at
New Zealand 361, approach now 124.
Winds are 230 at 10. Very interesting that they're deciding to land to the south when the winds are blowing from the north, but whatever. Max
Just
crosswind
822,
is
descend
12 knots.
9000,
Ceiling and
1015.
visibility okay. Temperature is
9015.
22. The altimeter is 1015. So,
Brisbane Center, Whiskey, level 360.
looks pretty. I mean, that tailwind is going to
Two
be a
stations
little
talking, blocked,
dicey.
just 2
Yeah,
3
interesting that we're
Whiskey
landing
Hotel,
to the
Brisbane
south
Center.
with winds out of the north. But I mean, well, I guess 1.6 would be better for.
Velocity 881,
Yeah, what am I
Brisbane Center, how
talking
do you
about? Yeah,
read?
that's like southwest. The winds are coming. Yeah, never mind. So 1.6 would definitely be the better of the two. Did you bump your yoke? No. Oh, hello, plane.
Brisbane Center, contact
behind us.
fly level 410.
514, Brisbane Center, g'day.
Brisbane Center, Whiskey, Sierra Foxtrot, just chasing up that frequency changeover.
Whiskey Sierra Foxtrot, you're calling on 1338 now?
Negative, changing to 1338, Whiskey, Sierra Foxtrot.
Thank you. Break velocity 881, Brisbane Center, how do you read?
Read 5, velocity 881.
Velocity 881, contact in the next sector 130.9 an hour, g'day.
130.9. See ya.
Alright. So, yeah, I think that's what I have set in radio 130.9. Yeah, that's in radio 1. We'll expect that. And equal time points coming up relatively soon.
Station calling second.
A plane in front of us. Hey, there he is. I see him. I sees it. Now, is it going to let me calculate my...
Whiskey Sierra Foxtrot, Brisbane Center, go. Break, American 2-3, heavy contact, center 1-3.
Why is there an ETP? Just telling you what your equal time point is. That's all that is. Your halfway point.
See you later.
Yes. Oh, no. Right. With the landing weight, you have to put in what the landing weight's going to be. It's not
Just
yet.
at 822, contact approach 124.7, good day.
124.7. We'll see you on the return.
Okay. It's just an Airbus thing.
Yep.
Just tells you what your equal time point is, so you know what your halfway point is. That's all it is. Not a whole lot to it.
Brisbane Central, Qantas 514, will it be possible for us to leave the cockpit for about 10 minutes?
Qantas 514 approved as requested, call back.
Roger, thanks for the 17.
American 75, contact center 130.
Telling us where to start stressing up before. Yeah, right.
Well, stop for Ansett 75. We are Ansett 75, not American 75.
Ansett 75, AFM, apologies.
That's the third time that she's had to say that.
1309, good day.
Center 130.9. Thanks, help. Ansett 75 heavy.
Pilot Club 341, contact center 130.9.
Might as well be American. Yeah.
130.9, Pilot Club 341.
That's the third time with 2 different controllers she's had to say that.
Just 621, contact center 130.9, good day.
130.9, Jetstar 621, so long.
162. Qantas 922 and American 267 in turn, contact Brisbane Center 134.2.
134.2, American 7.
Good evening, Brisbane Center. Ansett 75 heavy, flight level 380.
Ansett 75 heavy, good day. Qantas 120, resume own navigation, clear direct satellite.
And when though? 621, well, yeah.
Resume navigation, direct satellite, Qantas 120.
Brisbane Center Jetstar 621, flight level 340.
Jetstar 621, good day, cleared the Bori 4 Alpha, arrival runway 16 left to maintain flight level 340.
Okay, cleared the Bori 4 arrival, runway 16 left, flight level 340, Jetstar 621. Alright, so we'll get this set up here, so arrival, we'll do the ILS 16 left, we'll do the Bori 4 Alpha. Are there any transitions? No VIAs, so there's no transition. Boom shakalaka. In case they ask you to hold, how do you set up? Very easy. Holds, all you do is, in the Airbus and the Boeing's a little bit different. So if they wanted us to hold, let's say they wanted us to hold over Messam. So we would just click on Messam.
Delta 441 is
we would hit this hold button right here. So let me bring this over here so you can actually see it. So you would click the fix.
When ready,
you click hold. You set your parameters, what your inbound course is going to be, whether you're doing left or right turns, if it's time or distance, legs, and then when you enter all of that in, it'll ask you. So if I just do, let's just do inbound course 360. Right hand turn. So we'll do, let's say, 5 mile legs.
Go ahead.
And then you would just hit temporary insert, and then it'll put that holding pattern in there for you.
Level 3 arrivals on my 16 left.
So pretty easy.
Flight level 250.
Next shall be 420.
That was the Metal 3 arrival, correct?
AFM.
Alright, so let's take a look at the Bori 4 Alpha.
Clear direct Yaka.
So we have the ATIS, we'll have to check it one more time. Because at the top of the hour it's going to change. Airport elevation is 21 feet. Altimeter is going to be set to hectopascals. Transition level is 110. We are RNP1 capable, so all is good there. This is the Bori 4 Alpha for all runways. Max speed of 250 knots below 10,000 feet. Pretty standard. At Bori, we're going to cross at or above 9,000 feet. then Vazra at or above 8,000,
Center,
then at
low,
Biro
QJet
at or below 9,000,
1505, we're
then to
through,
ovals, then depending on what runway we land on, which we know is going to be 16 left, that's going to determine which way we go from here. It's going to end up being probably down, no, this is for the 3-4, so for runway 7, 16 left and right or 25 from ovals, track 158 degrees and expect radar vectors to final. Okay, so after ovals, track 158 degrees, we'll get vectors in for a final approach. 16 left is going to be this runway all the way out here, and it's going to take us 3 to 5 business days to taxi to the fucking terminal, so that's going to be fun.
040, climb to flight level 350.
Looks like minimum sector altitude, 10 miles of the airport is 2,100 feet, and then 2,700 feet between 10 and 25 nautical miles out. Pretty self-explanatory, nothing too crazy there. Approach speeds, when we are 10 nautical miles from the runway, approach speed's got to be between 185 and 160 knots. 5 miles between 160 and 150 knots. So, after we pass the 5-mile mark, we can then slow down to our final approach speed. What's up, Cyber Whiskey? How are you? So, I'll leave this up on the screen for another minute or so, just in case anybody does have any questions. Feel free, you can pop those in the chat. We are expected to land here in about, the time came in a little bit, so now it's saying 01:15, and right now it's 0:41, so about 30 minutes out.
Jetstar 801, connect center 134.2, g'day.
I think it's just 80.
When we start the descent, we'll start briefing the approach. So let me just get the 16 left approach up here.
The AA1 approaching top of descent.
Velocity 881. You cleared the 4E4 Alpha arrivals runway 16
doing good,
left.
doing good. It was a hell of a week at work. It's Friday, thank God.
220, Bori 6 Alpha, arrival runway 16 left. Velocity AA1.
Jetstar 420, when ready, descend to flight level 330.
When ready, descend to flight level 330, Jetstar.
American 23, when ready, descend to flight level 250.
When ready, descend to flight level 250.
Jetstar 420. There's a Jetstar 420 already out here, actually.
Qantas 3158, turn left heading 010.
010, Qantas 3158.
Advance 535, do you want a speed restriction on the descent?
Just profile speed, please. Delta 441, descend via starter 10.
And we are getting a pretty,
1015.
decent
1015
crosswind component here.
Descend via the start to 10,000.
So we got 30 knots slower on the ground speed.
Qantas 120, call approach 128.
Nothing too crazy, though.
Approach 28.3, Qantas 120, thanks a lot.
Jetstar 819, descend via star 9000, QNH 1015.
Descend via the start to 9000.
What are you guys thinking? Do you guys want to go to Adelaide, or would you rather go to Melbourne? Either one is fine with me. But Melbourne does have some staffing. We've never been to Adelaide before, and, you know, it's part of the event, which is why I picked it for the schedule. You guys think, maybe we'll take a vote on it. Either Adelaide or Melbourne. And like I said, to me, it doesn't matter either way. I have no problem flying out to Adelaide.
Velocity 162, identified, clear the city by Rickney, planned route, maintain flight level 360, and report
I'm thinking
Mac
keeping
number.
Adelaide just because we haven't been there before.
We
It's a
are
little bit
Mach
longer of a flight, but, you know,
78,
not a huge deal.
continue via planned route, velocity 162.
Velocity 162, reduce to Mach decimal 75.
Down to 75, velocity 162. We can go lower if you want.
That's right, that'll work for now, thanks. QJet 1505, resume on navigation for direct Banda.
Alright, resume on navigation and direct to Banda, QJet 1505.
Velocity 541, contact Center 134.2.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Adelaide.
Velocity 541, contact Center 134.2. Repeat that again for velocity.
Hopefully they'll. Sometimes they stay online past the event. That's like the only concern that I have. We're gonna get there and the event's gonna be over. But I'm just looking at the map here.
Brisbane Center, good morning. Delta
there are a
62
lot
heavy,
more
level
planes,
400,
like I mentioned before, flying between
Macquarie.
Sydney and Brisbane than
Delta
there
62
are
identified.
between Sydney and Adelaide. Adelaide. Yeah, I've flown to Adelaide a handful of times. It is a pretty neat. I don't have scenery for it, but I know the scenery I have is decent.
Did Qantas 922 miss a handoff?
Showing 942 for you doing Adelaide. What, the last time I flew there? Yeah, probably.
Qantas 922, sorry, say again. Did we miss a handoff for Qantas 922?
Qantas 922, A firm, 134.2.
134.2, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, credit 420, leaving flight level 350. Jet 420, leaving flight level 33, leaving flight level 360. Jet 420, descend by starter 10,000, QNH 1015.
Good day.
Descend by starter 10,000,
yes, good day.
QNH 1015,
Brisbane Center, Jetstar 812, climbing to flight level 280.
Jetstar 812, climb flight level 350.
I really do love flying in Australia. My favorite FNO to do is in Australia. Any event that I could do that's in Australia, I love doing it. Because everybody here is so chill. Everybody's always in a good mood. Pilots, controllers.
1283,
Australians are some of the most chill people that you meet.
Speed 250 knots, Jetstar 819.
Velocity 881, confirm you're tracking Alton.
Should go down there one day. Yeah. The
Qantas
thing is,
3158, turn left heading 350.
the thing is, if I go to Australia, I'm going to want to be there for probably like 2 weeks.
Oh, I don't have that.
Because it's going to be an absolute nightmare for me to get to Australia.
Can you go direct to Yaka?
Like, I would probably fly out to somewhere on the West Coast, like Los Angeles or something. Probably stay in Los Angeles for a day. And then fly out to Australia the next day. Because it's like a 15-hour flight from LA to Sydney. I do not want to be on a plane for 15 hours. I can't do it. I cannot be on a plane for that long. I would go absolutely fucking insane.
Pilot Club 73, g'day. Cleared D-Bori.
Can I fly with default airports and VATSIM? Yeah.
Left, maintain flight level 360.
Half the time that's what I do.
Bori 4, arrival, and 16 left, Pilot Club 73.
Jetstar 621 for spacing. Turn right, heading 260.
Right, 260, Jetstar 621.
Brisbane Center, TMA 41, climbing flight level 280.
TMA 41, g'day.
Not quite Australian, but not far off. What are you from, New Zealand?
Climb flight level 370, TMA 41.
Velocity 881, what star have you put in your FMC?
Nice. It's like 3 hours. 3-hour flight, yeah, but I can't sit on a plane for 15 hours. After being on a plane for 5 hours, going from the East Coast, though, I can't do it. If I was to go to Australia, I'd have to be out there for like 2 weeks. And that's just like, it's a stretch for me to do something like that.
Alright, clear the Marlin 516 left. When ready, we'll descend to 250, velocity 162.
Delta 62, cleared the Marlin 5 arrivals, runway 16 right, maintain flight level 400.
Okay, cleared the Marlin 5, runway 16 right, maintain flight level 400, Delta 62 heavy.
Marlin 5 in Sydney, what's next, the Dory 3?
1283 for Jetstar 819, thank you.
Velocity 881, turn right heading 250.
Turn right heading 250, velocity 88.
Australia is one of those places
420, stop your descent at flight level 230.
Which could use high-speed rail between big cities, yeah.
Stop descent at
the only limitation I would imagine would be going from like the East Coast to the West Coast.
Resume navigation, clear direct to Messam.
Direct Messam, resume on navigation, Jetstar 621.
Turn right heading 260.
Because some of like the areas in Australia between the big cities is completely uninhabitable and it's inhospitable to pretty much anything that's human.
Qantas 3158, go ahead.
Qantas 3158, resume navigation, clear direct to Banda.
Resume navigation direct to Banda, Qantas 3158.
Velocity 541, call
center 134. Let's get
842.
our destination data plugged in here. Oh, I'll get the landing rate prediction opened up here, right? Because we are looking at 0160. Yeah, let's do the landing rate prediction.
Center Pelican 341, top of descent.
So this is going to be open for 30 minutes. That'll be the purple box at the top of the chat window. So bet your nuggies on what you think the landing rate's going to be.
What's the 881?
And hopefully I don't slam this thing into the goddamn ground.
Ball 3 Alpha.
So let's do... Okay, so we still... oh, it's information Quebec.
What's the 881 thanks? Turn runway 16 left.
QNH is 1015.
Ball 3 Alpha 16 left.
Temperature is 22.
Grading 23, turn right heading 2.
Winds are 230 at 10.
I think it's heading 230.
Right heading 230.
Transition level is 100.
Delta 441, call approach 128.3.
And then the minimums are 220 feet.
Thanks.
We'll take a look at the approach here in a minute.
Velocity 162, are you able to accept a waypoint crossing restriction based on time?
We'll see. You want to read it out for us?
Yeah, you're pretty close already, but we're looking for you to cross Marlin at time 01 at 250 knots.
Okay, cross Marlin at time 01 and 250 knots. We'll try that. Velocity 162.
162, no worries. Like I said, you're pretty close at the moment. If you have any issues, just let me know.
Okay, our planned descent rate is at 0.78. You want us to keep it at 0.5 for now?
Yeah, 0.5 and then whatever speed you need to make the time on your FMC.
Alright, we will try our darndest. Velocity 162.
166, contact center 134.2, g'day.
We'll try our darndest, he says. So let's get the approach controllers up here. Okay, so we have several approach controllers. So let's do tower and ground into the second radio.
The 881, turn left heading 120.
There's 2 towers and there's 2 grounds.
120, velocity 8.
Alright, so...
420, descend by start of 10,000, QNH 1014.
So we have...
Descend by start of 10,000.
Tower... So for 16 left, it's 124.7.
Just start 621, center.
Yes, sir, 621.
Just start 621, report Mach number.
Mach decimal 79 for Jetstar 621.
Jetstar 621, reduce Mach decimal 74.
Mach decimal 74, Jetstar 621.
Velocity 881 when ready, descend by start of 10,000.
Okay, so we have 127.4, so, or 124.7, so we can expect that for tower, and then for 16 left for ground.
23, turn left heading 140.
Ground for 16 right and 34 left, but no. Okay, so sitting ground is 1, 2.
Velocity 912, resume my navigation, clear direct.
So I guess we'll plan...
to Igdam.
Oh, east of runway, west of runway. Oh, okay, east of runway 16 right, west of runway 16 right. Okay, maybe if I learned how to fucking read. So this, we're going to be east of it, so the east side is 121.7. Alright, let's get this plugged in here. So tower is 4.7. Oh shit. Yeah. 124.7, and then ground is 121.7.
When it's 200, g'day, cleared Bori for Alpha arrival, runway 16 left, maintain flight level 360.
Shouldn't you be reducing Mach 74? Uh-huh.
Cleared Bori for Alpha arrival,
121.7.
Left, maintain flight level 360, confirm.
Fenix, what the time is request from out of conference about 5 minutes.
Neato. Alright, and then the approach controller is pretty much anybody's guess.
When it's 1971, approved, report back.
So it should be 124.4.
What's the 881, speed 250 knots?
Which is not an option. Alright, so we'll figure that out
Speed
later.
250, velocity 881.
Jetstar 824, if you're with me, climb to flight level 370.
Weapon 370, Jetstar 824.
Delta 62, report estimate for Marlin.
We're estimating 0107 at Marlin, Delta 62.
I wonder why he wants us to fly so slow.
Delta 62, we're trying to get you to cross Marlin at time 10. Do you have to do that yourself, or would you prefer vectors or speed control?
You want us to do 0110?
Yeah, AFM. Are you happy to adjust your own speed to cross that waypoint, or would you prefer that I give you instructions?
Yep, we can do that. Marlin, it's 0110, Delta 62 Heavy.
Delta 62 Heavy, thanks. Let me know if you have any issues.
I guess that's just different. It's a different arrival that they're doing, but coming from the same direction, just for, I guess, the runway. I'm gonna see if I can find Marlin. Or is that going into Brisbane? That might be going into Brisbane, maybe.
Jetstar 420, contact Sydney approach 128.3. G'day.
128.3, Jetstar 420. G'day.
Oh no, there's Marlin 5. Oh, that's coming in from
What's
the
the
east.
881?
Okay.
Just confirm you're flying heading 120.
Sorry, motor
we are
pilot
coming up on
changed
top
to
of the descent here.
185 for some reason. 120, velocity 81.
What's the 881? That's right. Keep the right turn going. You can make it right to heading 220.
Bah. Oh, whoops.
Right, 220, velocity 81.
Pilot Club 341, report indicated airspeed.
JSC's domestic parking is at gates 40. Yeah, I have gate 45 right
Pilot
now.
Club 341, increased to 280 knots, descend to flight level 150.
But realistically, with the FNO, it's basically a free-for-all. So I'm not too picky as to where I'm going to park.
621, when ready, descend flight level 240.
When ready, 240, Jetstar 621.
American 23, when ready, descend to flight level 170.
When ready, descend or 170.
Parking bay. I'm looking for the parking bays. Parking
What's
bays.
the 881,
that's for
resume navigation,
international.
clear
Parking bays,
direct
domestic.
Resume my navigation.
Yeah,
clear
so
direct
45. That's gonna be.
American 23, speed 250.
Yeah, it's the N1. So yeah, between 49 and 59. So it's
Pilot Club
like this is 45, 43, 44. You know, all that shit.
Jetstar 621, flight present heading through Igdam.
Present heading through Igdam. Jetstar 621.
Velocity 912, when ready, descend by start of 10,000, QNH 1014.
I don't see the 50s though. I see the 40s.
Star 10,000.
Realistically, 45 is a velocity
Pilot
gate.
Club 73, when
Realistically,
ready,
it's an
descend by start of
FNO, and it's just
10,000,
basically whatever gate I can
1014.
find is where we're gonna go.
1014 and star down to 10,000, Pilot Club 73.
It's the west side of domestic too, yeah.
Brisbane Control, this is velocity 160. Are we clear to...
Oh, there's the 50s. I see them over
request for the
there.
descent. Apologies.
Velocity 162,
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna take whatever gates available. I would like to get one of these gates realistically.
Via star to 10,000, QNH
Just because it's easier, but,
1014 velocity.
you know, it is what it is. Like, this is the gate that I have
when
right
ready,
now.
descend by start of
But,
10,000, QNH 1014.
When ready, descend by star 10,000, Delta 62 Heavy.
and we'll start our descent here in a little bit. Probably once we pass Igdam, we'll start a profile descent. You're Delta 635, and I checked in as United 635. Rip.
Good day.
You're banned.
Squawk 3651.
You're no longer allowed.
3651,
Digit 1505 and Qantas 3158 in turn. Contact Melbourne Centre Brisbane Centre 134.2.
Jet 1505.
Velocity 881, just confirm you're tracking Boree.
Yeah, we got a hell of a crosswind here.
Affirm, velocity 88.
Okay, check your mode again, please. You're off course.
That rip.
Qantas 3158, call it Centre 134.2. Good day.
134.2, good day. On a 3158.
When I was flying IRL today, I got a frequency change. They said Cherokee. Were you flying a Cherokee? Alright, let's get our descent started here. Up. Oh, because we're not on profile, so let's just do 1,300 feet per minute right now.
Velocity 881,
128.
approach 128.3.
128.3, velocity
Oh, I
88.
guess that's not. Oh,
American 23, descend by star 10,000, QNH 1014.
Descend by star to 10,000, QNH 1014.
Jetstar 621, descend by star to 10,000, QNH 1014, speed on descent 250 knots.
okay, descend 11,000 via the star. Speed was 250 on the transition. You still want us at present heading Jetstar 621?
Nice, left turn shortly.
621.
Velocity 912, speed on descent 250
So
knots.
let's get this back here. We're going to bring our speed back to 250 knots.
Qantas 200, reduce your cruise speed by
So let's do an
0.03.
open descent here.
Zulu 6 please for contact London.
Qantas 200, reduce cruise speed by Mach decimal 03.
Just get this back to 250.
Reducing
The
0.73
radio sucked
for
on water. Yeah, that's the thing about them GA planes. The
And negative,
radios
reduce
are
cruise speed by
not that
Mach
great.
decimal 03.
Reducing cruise speed by Mach.
Operator Sebastian Center, good morning, Air China 1123,
Why
come
would you do
to flight level 260.
Velocity 162, speed 250 knots, call approach 128.3.
Alright, we are rolling back our speed to 250 and 128.3, first velocity 162, thanks.
Air China 1123, climb flight level 370.
Climb flight level 370, thank you, Air China 1123.
Centre Jetstar 803, flight level 370, and Cuba.
When ready, descend to flight level 250.
Locked.
Qantas 74, cleared mile and 5, arrival 16 right, when ready, flight level 250.
Good morning. Clear to mile and 5 arrival, runway 16 right, we're when ready, flight level 250.
Alright, so about 20 minutes left on the landing rate prediction.
QJet 1505.
So make sure you get your bets in, everybody. Don't miss out on the nuggies.
134.2.
134.2, thanks.
Centre Jetstar 803, flight level 370, Guma.
Sorry, two in Pilot Club 341, speed 250 knots, turn left heading 120.
50 knots, left turn, say again, Pelican 341.
Heading 120.
How far am I off the
120, Pelican
profile
341.
here? I shouldn't be that far off it, realistically.
Jetstar 621, left 120.
Left 120, Jetstar 621.
Reading 23, call approach 1283, g'day.
1283, thanks for the ADC, heavy.
Alright.
Pilot Club 341, descend by star 10,000, QNH 1014.
Star 10,000, Pelican 341.
A little bit of delay vectors never hurt anybody.
Velocity 1217,
Except
you with
my
me?
feelings. My feelings are hurt because I'm getting
Jetstar
delay
803,
vectors.
you with me?
How dare you pull me off of my managed mode.
370, just past Guma.
G'day. And 75, contact centre 128.2, g'day.
Rip.
And set 75, contact centre 128.2.
Avianca would like to have a word with you.
128.2 for center. Sorry about that. And set
There's something about
75.
Avianca that I'm missing.
Brisbane, velocity 1217, flight level 370.
Velocity 1217, center, g'day.
G'day, mate.
So, Pilot Club 341, resume our navigation, clear to Bori.
So the altitude restriction, it's
Bori, Pelican 341.
Bori at or above 9, Vazra at or above 8, and then Bayro at or below
Jetstar 621, turn further left, heading 090.
Left 090, Jetstar 621.
Velocity 912, just for a bit of further spacing, turn left, heading 120.
Left turn 120,
Brisbane Center, and set 75 heavy. Did you mean 128.4?
Negative 128.2.
Alright, 128.2, just verifying. And set 75 heavy.
Central local to 527, passing flight level 260, flight level 280.
Qantas 527, g'day, climb flight level 350, that'll be final today.
Climb to flight level 350, and that's our final, Qantas 527.
Jetstar 621, just confirm you're at 250 knots.
Speed 250, Jetstar 621.
Thanks very much. Pilot Club 341, call approach 128.
Oh, it's getting bumpy again, boys.
128.3, Pelican 341.
It be bumpy. Hopefully we get a turn back on course here in a minute. Not a huge deal though. So we'll be, yeah, because we're down to 11,000, so we're going to be compliant with the restrictions so far. We can take a look at the approach right now though. So we have Sydney Kingsford Smith Airport, ILS localizer runway 16 left. We have the radio set up for...
621, resume our navigation, clear direct Bory.
Direct Bory, resume our navigation, just so 621. And
Center, good morning.
beautiful.
It's at 732.
So radios are set for the frequencies we know we're going to need. Localizer frequency is 110.9. Inbound course is 155. Final approach Rex is over Renham, which we have to cross at 1,700 feet. ILS decision altitude is 220 feet. Minimum sector altitude within a 10 nautical mile radius of the airport is 2,700 feet. In the event we have to go missed, we're going to track 155 degrees at mandatory 600 feet. Turn left, track 125 degrees. Climb to 3,000 or is directed by ATC. So, track 155 degrees until we get to 600 feet. Then turn left, track 125 degrees up to 3,000 feet.
Right turn 260.
So we have the initial approach fixes at Tonics. Then we fly to DME 12.5. Then we go to Renham. And then from there we begin our final descent down towards the runway. So Tonics is 4,000. 12.5 DME is 3,000. And then Renham at 1,700. Descend down to our decision altitude from there. 220 feet. We're going to be looking for a high-intensity approach lighting system with PAPIs on both sides of the runway. Missed approach again. Track 155 degrees until 600 feet, then a climbing left turn to 125, up to 3,000 feet.
It's that 441, good day.
So, any questions, feel free. Pop them on in the chat. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions for you.
It's that 812 and Team 41, contact center 134.2.
134.2, just our A12, thank you. Yep.
134.2, Team 41, good day.
Alright, so I'm going to speed up our rate of descent here. Bring the speed brake out so we don't speed up, because we are
Brisbane Center with you,
quite a bit above the profile.
It's 555, good day, cleared Bory for Alpha, arrival runway 16 left, maintain flight level 320.
Gross weight is 143.6, max landing weight is 142.2. So we'll probably be a little overweight. I'll just set this for max landing weight. So 142.2. We'll do low brake since we're going to be heavy. I don't want to burn out the brakes. Max reversers. Apply the METAR.
21, thanks for your help. Contact approach 128.3.
128.3, Jetstar 621. Thanks for all your help today. 128.3.
Velocity 912, can you take direct Sadlow?
Direct Sadlow, yeah, totally. Velocity 912.
Velocity 912, thanks. Stand by.
Sydney approach, Jetstar 621, flight level 198, descending, flight level 110. Oh, did I copy down? No, it's 128.3.
Approach 535, 4,000.
535, right.
Might have to do a medium brake for this. Approach, Jetstar 621, flight level 186, descending, flight level 110 on the Bory 4 Alpha.
Jetstar 621, Sydney approach, runway 16 left, expect independent visual approach, descend by star 6000.
Send by the star 6000, visual 16 left, Jetstar 621.
Speedbird 4 Romeo Juliet, turn right, heading tree 5 here. Velocity is 2147, turn left, heading tree 35.
So we'll catch up to the profile
Tree
here.
35, velocity 2140.
Bring this back a little bit.
Sydney approach, good morning, Delta 62 Heavy, 10,000. Delta 62, approach, good day.
We'll run the ATIS one more time. So we're looking at
341, contact director 125.
Romeo.
125,
So
3,
winds are the same. The altimeter setting changed, I think. Yeah, it went from 1015 to 1014. But yeah, everything else is pretty much still the same. So all I got to do is go back into here, change the altimeter setting.
South 420, resume navigation, clear direct Tonics.
To 1014. Then once we get to 10,000 feet, we'll switch that over.
Velocity 162, turn left heading 290.
Bring the speed brake back out.
290, velocity 160.
535, turn left heading tree 5.
What's the difference between 2,700 and 2,100 within a 10 nautical mile for the MSA? What do you mean? What's the...
FedEx 14 on a speed 2 tree.
So like with this? So within 10 nautical miles of the airport, the MSA is 2,100 feet.
162,
Between 10 miles and 25 miles, it's 2,700 feet.
Alpaca 160.
So basically, if you're going to be below those altitudes, you just want to be cognizant of any terrain or obstacles that could be around you. So there's probably taller obstacles within 10 nautical miles than there are at 25 nautical miles.
Descend to 6,000, just 420. Alpaca 162, confirm the heading again, please. Alpaca 162, heading 340. Heading 340, Alpaca 162, thanks. 162, thanks. It'll be about a 2-minute delay.
Rip. Yeah, you're just looking at the map still.
Maintain 5,000.
Not a whole lot of planes flying between Sydney and Adelaide. A ton flying between Sydney and Brisbane. So this was definitely the right move to fly this route first.
419, turn for the left, heading 030.
030, just 419.
Velocity 162, descend 7,000.
Yeah, I think the event's going to be over by the time we get to Adelaide. Hopefully they'll stay on.
21, speed 270.
Speed 270, Jetstar 621.
Got a 535. If you're not already, speed 250.
250, Fenix A320.
Alright, so we'll bring this up to...
761, descend by star 6,000, runway 16 right, expect independent visual approach.
Via star 6000, 16 right, independent visual approach, expecting Jetstar 761.
FedEx 49, turn left heading 330.
330, FedEx 49.
Alpaca 162, descend 8,000. Descend 8,000, Alpaca 162. Speedbird 4, Romeo Juliet, turn right heading 070.
Alright, we'll get the music turned off here. I just want to confirm he wants us.
Jetstar 419,
good morning, turn recorder 211, speed 300 down to 10,000, and we are direct to Rivet.
Rivet.
Sea 211 approach, today.
Can you say again for Jetstar 419?
Jetstar 419, turn right heading 080.
Right, 080, Jetstar 419.
Speedbird 4, Romeo Juliet, contact Sydney approach. Correction, Sydney director, 126.1, g'day.
126.1,
Approach Jetstar 621, just confirming you want us at 270 through 10,000.
Jetstar 620, 18 minutes.
Alright, so let's get the
Alpaca 140.
lights turned on.
Disco. Delta 62, descend by star 6,000.
Descend 5 star 6,000, Delta 62 heavy. Approach Jetstar 514, 170 going to 100 via the River 4.
Jetstar 514 approach runway 16 right.
16 right, roger. We're currently assigned 230 knots, by the way.
That sounds like Mr. Slant. I mean, this is dicey because we're going pretty fast and we are getting kind of close. We're 15 miles out from the final approach fix.
Jetstar 419, speed 230 knots, resume navigation, clear direct
here.
Speed 230, direct Tonox. Jetstar
we'll go brakes medium. We'll set the, well, I won't set the...
621, contact Sydney director 125.3.
125.3, Jetstar 621.
535, turn left heading 300.
300, 7535.
Sydney director, Jetstar 621, speed 270, descending through 9,000.
Jetstar 621, direct to G'day, runway 16 left, clear direct to Phoenix, descend 4,000.
Descend 4,000, you still want us at 270 for Jetstar 621?
621, you can bring back 250.
250, Jetstar 621. Alright, so he said 16 left.
Jetstar 420, maintain 210 knots.
Well, best we can do here is 190 knots.
I do not want to be fucking around with this descent rate here.
Jetstar 420, speed 190 to the 5.
Maintain 190 Jetstar.
Then he said direct Tonics.
Jetstar 420, put your present heading, include independent visual approach, 16 left, join final.
Join final from present heading, clear independent visual approach, 16 left.
Jetstar 621, reduce speed to 210 knots.
210, Jetstar 621.
Jetstar 419, director.
Jetstar 419, go ahead.
Jetstar 19, director, good morning.
You gotta slam it on the brakes. Avatar should be at the top of the screen. Down under.
16
That
left.
would be pretty funny, wouldn't it?
4,000, Jetstar 419.
Just 621, keep the speed coming back for me, 190 knots.
190, Jetstar 621.
Jetstar 419, speed 210 knots.
Speed
There's our
210,
localizer.
Jetstar 419.
Want to start getting some flaps in here. All right, flaps 1.
Jetstar 621, the other runway inside.
Negative, Jetstar 621.
Jetstar 621, try and intercept the localizer, runway 16 left.
Intercept localizer 16 left, Jetstar 621. All right, I'm gonna bring the gear down. Slow this thing down. You press the LS, that brings up your landing bugs.
Jetstar 420, speed 160 knots until 5, contact tower 124.7.
160 knots until 5,
It just
tower
froze.
124.7.
Please unfreeze. Do not freeze right here. You're kidding. Oh, never mind. I hate this fucking plane. Alright. I don't know if it's the plane or if it was just the default scenery for the sim apparently loading in. Alright, so we're on the glide slope.
Jetstar 419, clear to intercept the localizer, runway 16 left.
So the tower is...
Good to intercept localizer 16 left,
Here, yeah.
419.
That was extra bumpy, yeah. Alright, flaps 2.
Jetstar 621, do you have the runway inside?
Runway in sight, Jetstar 621. I'm just going to tell him I do. It's right
621,
there.
thanks, clear to independent visual approach, 16 left, speed 180 knots.
Clear visual, 16 left, speed 180, Jetstar 621. Technically, I can see it. It just has not rendered in.
Jetstar 419, speed 180 knots.
Speed 180, Jetstar 419.
Are we going to fly over the Opera House?
Jetstar 621, 160 knots until 5 DME, contact tower 124.7. Good morning.
160 until 5 DME over to tower for Jetstar 621. G'day. Alright, so that is this. Alright, we'll go flaps full. Tower, Jetstar 621, visual 16 left.
Jetstar 621, Sydney, get it.
God, no, the Opera House I think is over here. So we'll take off over it.
And Jetstar 621, reduce speed 160 knots until 4 DME.
160 until 4 DME, Jetstar 621. Should be off the left. I don't think... Is the Opera House... Oh, there it is. I sees it. Because that's the... I don't remember what the name of that bridge is. But yeah, it's the Opera House right there. Very nice. We're at 6 DME or 7 DME right now. The Sydney Harbor Bridge, yeah. Pretty. Down there's a clownfish and some other bluefish that's looking for a smaller clownfish.
What at 515, around to class line up and wait.
You know, the Aussie VATSIM is amazing, Mike. You would love flying in VATSIM Australia. Oh, let me arm the spoilers. I forgot to do that.
Jetstar 420, welcome to Sydney. Vacate route unable. Taxi Tango Lima, hold short of Bravo.
Tango Lima, hold short Bravo, Jetstar.
Quarter 516, runway 16 left, clear for takeoff.
Alright. Bring our speed back. Time zones can be frustrating sometimes. Hey, you know.
Jetstar 621, runway 16 left, clear to land.
16 left, clear to land, Jetstar 621.
Quarter 516, correct departures.
Position departure 516.
500.
Imagine being in that parking lot right there and you just see this plane coming right over you. That must be so cool. Plane spotting in Sydney must be so much fun.
300. 100 above. 200.
I don't see two Pappies.
Minimum.
Landing.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 5.
Oh, reversers. V-brakes deployed.
Jetstar 419, UFS.
Jetstar 419.
Auto brake off. Turn, 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 turn. Do not go straight. Now, when I don't want you to turn, you turn. When I want you to turn, you fucking... You suddenly get on rails.
Good land.
Dick face.
Good land, 16 left, Jetstar 419.
Jetstar 621, welcome to Sydney. Taxi Tango Lima, hold short of Bravo.
Tango Lima, hold short of Bravo, Jetstar 621.
Our stations on Lima, holding short of Bravo. You can contact ground yourself on 121.7. No need to stay with me.
Alright, so...
1217, thank you.
Okay, speed brakes up, flaps up. So, Tango, Lima, and then short Bravo. So we're gonna come up like this. So, Tango, Lima, and then hold short of taxiway Bravo. So this is where it's gonna get interesting. All right, so we'll start getting some of this stuff turned off here. That was a pretty solid landing, if I do say so myself. I floated it a little bit, but that was kind of expected because of the wind gusts that I was having there.
Sydney Town, November, Romeo Mike.
Remember that one time when they did it? Yeah, that was with us they did a nose to nose, but we were able to figure it out because of the taxiway that we were on, so it wasn't really that big of a deal. We went up, it was up over here. We were taxiing in, and there was somebody taxiing down Tango, so I think we just went up to, like, uniform or something. I vaguely remember that situation. And we'll wait a little bit before we turn the APU on. So yeah, we'll go for gate number 54, if it's available. 54, 56. Well, somebody landed and we missed it. So we'll leave the music off for right now, just because I want to stay focused while we're taxiing in. It does get a little chaotic here. I would probably say minus 170. But yeah, 170 is probably a fair assessment. I would say 170 is probably in the general ballpark.
Yes, 490, welcome to Sydney Taxi, Tango Lima, hold short Bravo.
Tango Lima, hold short Bravo, just left 490.
Remember Romeo Mike, assigned heading 125 degrees, runway 16 left, clear for takeoff.
Heading 125, clear for takeoff, runway 16 left, November, Romeo Mike.
Wait, who's taking off 16 left? I don't see anybody. Unless he said 16 right and I just misheard him, but I thought I heard 16 left.
Fenix A320,
Little G, yeah, but I don't even see him.
Quarter 535, Charlie Gay, runway 16 left, clear to land. Remember Romeo Mike, contact departures, g'day.
Contact departures, November, Romeo Mike.
Sydney Tower, velocity 2147. We're on the visual 16 right.
Velocity 2147, Sydney Tower, g'day. Wrong tower, you can connect tower 120.5, g'day.
Hey, I'm sorry, say again for velocity 2147.
Short of Bravo, we don't need to contact him, we just go over the
2147,
ground.
you're on the wrong frequency, contact tower 120.5.
Okay, the other tower for velocity 2140.
Alright, let's 1217, yeah. Sydney ground, good day. Jetstar 621 on Lima, short Bravo.
Jetstar 621, taxi Bravo, cross 25 to the bay.
Bravo cross 25 to the gate. Jetstar 621, thanks. All right, so nice and simple. So we're going to make this right turn here on a Bravo. And we're going to take it all the way up in this really fucked up line that I'm drawing here. Up to the gate. Whoa. So, nice and simple.
Qantas 45, push is approved.
Oh, somebody just landed here. Not model matched, but it's a Neo. I believe there is a dip up here at this bridge. So this will be interesting to deal with. We'll see what it is. Maybe they fixed it. Because I did get a scenery for this. But I'm pretty sure right up here at this bridge is like a dip in the scenery.
Jetstar 761, taxi
So yeah, I think it's a
cross 25 to the bay. Bravo cross 25 to the bay, Jetstar 761, thanks.
Looks like they may have fixed it. It looks like it might be fixed. Yeah, it's still a little aggressive, but yeah, it's not as bad as it used to be. I think the last time we were here, I had to slew over it. Alright, so we'll get the music turned back on here. And we'll get the APU on. 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000.
Sydney ground, Chinese in 562, ready for taxi. We're facing south on international now.
Sydney's building a new... They're building a new airport, or are they just building like an extension?
China Eastern 562,
looks like our gate might be taken.
Runway 16 right.
So we'll have to figure something out.
Taxi Alpha, up 1 holding climb runway 16 right.
That dude's taking off.
Chinese in 562.
Western Sydney International. Interesting. Yeah, so we'll enter the ramp right here. Make a quick right.
Velocity 445. Requesting pushing start.
Beautiful. So a little uphill.
Velocity 445, contact coordinator on 127.6.
Contact coordinator on
Come on.
127.6.
Get up. Get up there. Okay.
Jetstar 62 received Romeo, request taxi.
Yeah, so there should be a gate in there for it. Oh, what happened?
Jetstar 62, taxi Alpha 1 holding point, runway 16 right.
Taxi to holding point Alpha 1, runway 16
on.
right, Jetstar 62.
Yeah, let's just take that gate right there.
Jetstar
Oh, that Jetstar
419 holding short
despawned.
of Bravo.
Yeah, we'll just take this one right here.
Jetstar 419, taxi Bravo cross 25, hold short Gulf.
Taxi Bravo, cross 25, hold short, Golf, Jetstar 419.
All right.
Hey, ground velocity 2147. We're off of 16 right hole on Bravo 10.
All right, parking brake on. We're going to come up here. APU blade is going to come on.
320, then taxi Bravo cross 25,
Engines are looking pretty stable. So we're going to kill
Bravo,
both engines.
Cross 25, hold short Golf for
And we'll stop the chronometer here. Reset that. They're not going to let me reset it. Oh, that's why. All right, so then below 40% on the N2s, we're going to turn the beacon light off. Seatbelt signs are going to come off. And we'll get the jet bridge pulled up over here. So we've got... Where the hell is... Oh, here it is. Toggle the jet bridge. We'll get the chocks and cones in here.
City ground, hello, Alpaca 162.
So that's coming in. Perfect. All right.
Alpaca 162, taxi
So
Bravo,
let's
cross
turn
25,
the
hold short
radio down here.
Taxi Bravo, hold short.
And let's do the landing rate prediction. So are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1. Ooh.
Velocity 445, push your left brake.
Minus 138. I'll take it. 100% I'll take that. So, minus 138. Let's see how many people are going to win this one. That's between 101 and 150. It looks like we have one winner. And that winner is going to be definitely not Aleskis, who voted severely against me. We have Mike. So congratulations, Mike. 7,200 nuggies to you, my friend. I don't know how many tea and crumpets a nuggie equals, but that's a lot of them. So enjoy all the nuggies and the abuse of power that comes along with it. So we are going to get this plane turned around, and we're going to fly it out to Adelaide. So it's going to be a little bit longer of a flight. It's going to be somewhere around an hour and a half to 2 hours once we get out of friggin' Sydney. So that'll be the challenging part, is getting the hell out of Sydney. So let's do this. Let's come over and get a new flight plan going here. And then we'll take a quick, 2-minute break or so. Bah! Was worth tuning in before bed for those? Yes, 100%. So let's do Jetstar 621. Departure is going to be Sydney. Arrival is going to be Adelaide. Alternate, we'll leave it, whatever that is. Right now it's 0134. Let's do 0215 for departure. Pad the time a little bit just in case we do get a little bit delayed. Aircraft is going to be the Airbus A320. And we are going to have the international engines with the Sharklets. Everything else here looks fine. All this is looking good. I'm going to bump this up to 60 minutes of taxi out fuel again, just in case. Schedule block time's 2 hours, 25 minutes. Departure's 16 left. Arrival's 23. All that looks fine. The route of flight is going to be from the airport. We're going to fly to Kadam, then Hotel 44 out to Maxim, Q60 out to Kaklu, and then the Kaklu 1 Alpha arrival into Adelaide. Although we're not going to end up filing for the for the arrival, so that's going to get assigned to us by the air traffic controllers, so we'll deal with it then. So it's a little bit lighter today from Sydney out to Adelaide, so 115 people with a block fuel of 22,310. Yeah, oh wow, airtime's going to be 1 hour and 50 minutes, and that's because we have a little bit more headwind than anticipated, so it'll be a little bit of a lengthy flight, but it'll probably getting out of Sydney will be a little chaotic, but then it looks like it's going to be nice and chill going into Adelaide. Probably going to be landing after the event is over, unless somebody feels like staying online. Alternate's going to be Melbourne. Why is my altitude only 28,000 feet? Can we not do that, maybe? Can we, like, bump that up to something that's a little bit more fucking reasonable? Like, maybe 360? So let's do this. Let's bump our altitude up to 360. Why do you want me at 28,000 feet? Yeah, there was no reason for that. Oh, the winds are a lot higher up at... Okay, so that's why. Yeah, it only added another, like, 5 minutes. Yeah, that's why, because the winds are high up here. What are they... Actually, let's see what they are at 340. Just humor me. Humor me here. I don't want to fly at 28,000 feet. That's all I know. I do not want to fly at 28,000 feet. It's the same fucking winds. All right, so let's make our... Okay, so we're going to go back. We'll make ourselves a little bit more fuel efficient. Let's fly 360. All right, I know I've done this like 17 times. Simbrief is sitting here like, why the fuck do you have 7 flight plans? Yes, so we changed the altitude. Airtime is 2 hours. So, yeah, like I said, a little bit a little bit lengthier for a Friday night op, but you know, whatever, it is what it is. We're here for a good time and a long time apparently. Min takeoff is 20,346, which is 3 hours 49 minutes worth of fuel. Taxi fuel is 1524, which is 60 minutes of taxi fuel. So all that looks good. Let's get this filed on VATSIM. And Jetstar 621, flight rules IFR, aircraft types the A320, medium weight class category, equipment and transponder codes look good. Departure Sydney, arrival Adelaide. Off block is 0215. Alternate is going to be Melbourne. Altitude is 360 with an en route time of 2 hours. Airspeed's 473 with an endurance of 3 hours 49 minutes. Route of flight looks good. We're going to put the VATSIM 101 stream in the remarks because why not? Flight plan filed. Get that over to the air traffic control system. We'll come back over to the plane. We'll start getting everybody loaded up. So let's do mass imbalance. Okay, so we have to deboard the plane. How do I deboard? Just reset. Yeah, there we go. So my flight will go here. Load aircraft. So it's only going to take 17 minutes. All right, so while this is all loading up, let's take a quick 2-minute break. So if you guys want to get up, get something to eat, something to drink, now is going to be the time to do it. I'm going to go down and refill my water bottle. So we'll take a quick 2-minute break, and when we get back, we will continue on with the FNO Down Under from Sydney out to Adelaide. Really excited about this FNO. Did the first leg, a lot of fun. I just love being in Australia. I really do. If I could fly VATSIM Australia every day, I would 100% do it. But yeah, let's take a quick 2-minute break, and we'll be right back.
Sydney ground velocity 162 is with you on Lima short of Bravo on the international. Velocity 162. Taxi Lima, hold short 1916 right. Taxi Lima short 16 right, velocity 162.
Good morning, Singapore 211 vacated on Alpha and no preference.
Singapore 211, taxi Alpha, hold short 25.
Alpha short 25, Singapore 211.
FNX 49, stand by.
Qantas 256, just wondering what position are we in for pushback?
Qantas 256, sorry, I thought I called you your pressures approved.
No worries, pushback approved, Qantas 256.
FedEx 49, taxi Golf Hotel 16 right.
Okay. So let's get ourselves going here. Let's see if we can get our clearance. So let's bring this over. So clearance delivery is going to be on 133.8. I cannot see this radio. So I think it says 135. Yeah, 133.8. Bring this over here, we'll get the radio turned up.
3, taxi Bravo 1, holding point 16 right.
Bravo 1, holding point 16 right, Singapore 443.
Sydney delivery, Jetstar 621, gate 54, requesting IFR clearance out to Adelaide.
All stations for IFR clearance, contact delivery on 133.8.
I was not on the right radio. No, 1338. Okay, that was weird. It didn't actually switch it over.
35. Just give me one more.
That was weird. Sydney delivery, Jetstar 621, gate 54, request an IFR clearance out to Adelaide. Thought I heard you on frequency earlier. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. How have you been doing?
Calling confirm custom Jetstar 621.
Hey, firm, Jetstar 621.
Jetstar 621, standby number 1 for clearance.
All right, cool. So we'll start getting some of this stuff plugged into the FMS at least. So we'll go to the flight plan page. No, it's the init page. So going Sydney to Adelaide, so that's YBBN. Flight number is Jetstar 621.
Is calling it once.
Alternate is Melbourne.
That will be the Crook 1 departure, radar transition, Romeo Alpha, Delta Alpha Romeo.
Cost
Group 1 departure.
60.
And would you
We'll
like
just
us
do
to
360
reach back
for the
now?
cruising altitude for right now.
Second 359 A-frame. Go ahead.
Oh, cleared to Brisbane via the Olsen flight plan route.
Oh, there was a whole bunch of things that I missed here, weren't there?
Group 1
messages.
Departure, sorry. Climb altitude to 5,000, squawk 3264, departures on 129.7.
So we'll see. Pretty good considering doing the return to Adelaide, but I'm a bit tired after that arrival. Yeah. Yeah, we just came in from Brisbane, so we're about to fly out to Adelaide. It's going to take a little bit longer than anticipated just because there's some pretty high headwinds. So it's going to be about a 2-hour flight time. So I'd like to get out of here within the next 30 minutes if I can help it. But, you know, if it goes a little over, it goes a little over.
Calling shaken.
Sydney delivery, clearance delivery, hello, Jetstar 824, stand 54.
So let's see, is this all done yet? No, so we're still working on loading people in.
Jetstar 84, standby, and number 2 for clearance.
Yeah, so can't do anything with that just yet.
Jetstar 621 clearance available, advice ready to copy.
We're ready to copy, Jetstar 621.
Jetstar 621 clear to Adelaide via KDM, flight plan route. Runway 16 right, Crook 1 departure, KDM transition. Climb at 5,000, squawk 3742, departure frequency 129.7.
129.7. What was that departure? Yeah, we are clear to Adelaide, direct KATM, flight plan route, departure off of 16 right. That'll be the Group 1 departure, up to 5,000. Squawk code is 3742. Squawk code is, I'm sorry, squawk code 3742, departure 129.7 for Jetstar 621.
Jetstar 621, thank you very much. When ready, monitor ground 121.7 for push.
Yeah, 121.7 for push, Jetstar 621, thanks. Okay, so we have that. Let's bring this over here. What is the... There we go. So 37... Well, okay, so it's the same squawk code. So he gave us the same squawk code. So 121.7 for push. So let's do... Oh, come on.
Jetstar 429, standby number 2 for clearance.
121.7 for push, so we'll get... Winds are crazy today. Glad I did Adelaide to Sydney. Nice tailwind, yeah.
Clearance available, advice and ready to copy.
121.7, so we'll get the radio turned down here.
It's alright.
Ground is likely going to be on... yeah, it says 16 right, so the frequency to the east of 16 right is going to be... 121.7 anyway. And then tower is going to be for 16 right, 120.5. So we'll get the tower frequency in here. And then for radio 2, it's going to be departure, which is 129.7. So we'll get that in here. Now we got all our radios set. Let's come up to the FMS. We'll get this departure in here. We'll get our flight plan in here. So runway 16 right, going to be the Group 1 through KATM. And then from KATM, it's our flight plan route. Flight plan route from KATM, it's going to be Hotel 44 to Maxim. And from Maxim, it's going to be Q60 to Cocklew. Cocklew. To Cocklew. So that was easy. We'll try and get pushed back here as quickly as we can. Did he just call Jetstar 6? Was that for Jetstar 621?
ASAM, your push is approved.
Alright, we're gonna need a couple of minutes, but pushback approved, Jetstar 621, thanks.
Jetstar 621, in that case, hold position.
Hold position, Jetstar 621. Yeah, I'm like not even remotely close to being ready. So we'll bring up to 5,000. Yeah, I think we're still loading people. Yeah, we're still loading people. Like, I mean, at least they're moving really quick. So I'm gonna bid on my ACARS flight here. So I'm gonna get that done here really quick. So we're going from Sydney out to Adelaide.
Jetstar 514, taxi, hold position.
So that bid has been added. We're going to come over to the ACAR system here. All right, so that's running. Just leave them on the ground here, right? All right, so now we're loaded up.
346.
So now we'll do... Oh, no, I got to do all this. Mass imbalance. So we have our 120.9 is our zero fuel weight, which is 28.8 on the center of gravity. Whoops.
Changes winds 28011 to 22 knots, temperature 25.
And then I have to go over to the departure performance. It's still not letting me sync this load sheet for some reason. There's something weird going on. So I have to get the gross weight center of gravity. So 142.8 and 27.5. So we'll get that into the departure performance here. So takeoff weight we'll do 142.8.
Dolphin into domestic 2, velocity 542.
Come on.
Jetstar 514.
And 27.5. I can't sync the fucking weather either. What is with this plane?
Velocity 514. Sorry, Jetstar 514.
Oh, wait a minute. Is this Y? SSY. There we go. All right, so V1 is 127. Why does it want us at flaps 3? Dude, what is going on with this airplane? All right. Something fucky is going on with this thing. 135 and 137. Wrong. Oh, Jesus Christ, wrong runway. All right. Speeds are way high for some reason. 146. Then we've got flaps are 1 with a trim up of 0.2, and then flex is 66 degrees. Man, this plane is really aggravating me. All right, so we'll bring this back over here. Init page. We're going to come over here. Zero fuel weight is 120.9 with a center of gravity of 28.8. Block fuel is 21.9.
Bravo Hotel, hold short 25, pilot correction for...
And then perf page, we have V1 is 144. VR is 145, and V2 is 146. Flaps are going to be up, or 1 with a trim up of 0.2. And flex temp is 66 degrees. Yeah, so that's all looking good. Cost index is fine. Yeah, I say we're looking pretty good here. Bring this back over to this EFB that can't stop pissing me off. We're going to go to ground services. Okay, JetBridge. Is the JetBridge already called away? Yeah, JetBridge is already away. We'll get the music turned off here.
Jetstar 25, go ahead.
And we're going to get ourselves ready to move. So we're going to get the tug hooked up. Chocks and cones are going to come away.
Jetstar 25, stand by.
And let's get our pushback clearance. I think we got everything. Those will probably be my famous last words before we, like, rip the fucking nose wheel off the plane.
73, contact ground 126.5.
What company messages? Leave me alone.
And velocity 912 on Bravo, short 25.
Velocity 912, hold position.
Sydney ground at Jetstar 621, gate 54, ready to push and start with Charlie.
Jetstar 621, hold position.
Hold position, Jetstar 621.
Jetstar 507, are you ready for taxi?
That could be why he's telling us to hold position.
Jetstar 507, taxi Charlie, Bravo 2, holding point runway 16 right.
Taxi by Charlie, Bravo 2, holding point runway 16 right, Jetstar 507.
Alright.
And route 346, taxi Charlie, cross 25, Bravo 10, 161.
Parked right. Is that you right there?
Charlie, cross 25, Bravo 10, 16 left, just off Enemy 346.
The corner's 256, just at holding point, Bravo 10. Corner 256, contact tower 124.7.
Yeah, I'll back A320. Nice.
256, thank you. Station calling for taxi, repeat call sign.
It's Tango Papa Charlie 711 request taxi. Gumtree and holding Bravo on.
Tango Papa Charlie 711.
Hopefully we get out of here soon. Be waiting forever for pushback clearance again.
Ground pilot clip 73 short of 25 on Bravo.
Velocity 912, cross 25 on Bravo, then Golf to the bay.
Okay, cross 25 on Bravo, Golf to the bay, velocity 912, thanks.
Jetstar 746, give way to the velocity 737, then Golf to the bay.
Okay, give way to the velocity and then Golf to the bay, Jetstar 746.
Let me push. What's up, Jojo? You're very late. Nah, you're good, man. You didn't get a chance to rig the first landing rate competition, so you're
Corner
good.
555, City Ground, hello, taxi Bravo, Hot Shot 25.
Ground pilot clip 73 is holding short of
That was
25
landing. It was
on Bravo.
good. It was minus 138.
Power clip 73.
Oh, we didn't brief the departure, did we?
Bravo Golf to the bay.
Let's see.
Cross 25 Bravo Golf to the bay, pilot clip 73.
So it's the Group 1.
Qantas 555, taxi Bravo, Hot Shot 25.
Pretty straightforward. So, looks like once we take off, we're going to fly direct to Dunes, then we're going to fly direct to Dina, then out to Grook. Then from Grook, it looks like we are going to... So Kadam is out there. So we're going to fly out to Olvag. At Olvag, we have to be at or above 6,000. Then Gusbu. Then Agapo, at or above 10,000. Then to Ankub. So we have a max 270 knots until Ankub, and then at or above flight level 130, and then we're going to turn out towards Kadam, and then depart from the departure route onto our flight plan route. So let's just make sure we read that right. So from Grook, turn right, track to Olvag, cross Olvag, at or above 6,000, turn right to Gusbu, turn right, track 336 to Agopo, cross Agopo, at or above 10,000. Turn left, track 332 to Ankub, cross Ankub, at or above flight level 130. Doesn't say... It doesn't mention that speed restriction, but either way, we're going to maintain that 170 knot speed restriction, so...
Qantas 200, contact ground 126.5.
Hopefully after this Jetstar comes in, we can push back.
Qantas 555, Sydney ground.
Uh-oh.
Sydney ground, good day, Foxtrot Delta, clear on farm, over, request taxi to the GA parking on near domestic 6.
It said in the first... Oh yeah, you're right, it did.
Echo Foxtrot Delta, taxi Bravo, cross 25, Golf to the bay.
Bravo, cross 25, Golf to the bay, Echo Foxtrot Delta.
Jetstar,
Qantas 555, reporting for Bravo, trying to go to the domestic terminal, gate 6.
Jetstar 825, push is approved.
Jetstar 825, ready.
Jetstar 825, push is approved.
Push approved, Jetstar 825.
And Qantas 595 with you, ground.
Qantas 555, taxi Bravo, Hot Shot 25.
Whoa.
Taxi Bravo hold, runway 25, Qantas 555.
Okay.
And ground Jetstar 507.
Is that the same dude from Brisbane?
Jetstar 507, contact tower 120.5.
Over tower 120.5, Jetstar 507, have reverse your day, see it.
All stations, remember, domestic aircraft contact tower on your own. I don't need to give you tower.
Ground Jetstar 621, are we still holding for push?
Jetstar 621, I was just about to call you. Push is approved.
Push approved, Jetstar 621, thank you. I was just about to call you. Alright, let's see. So let's do that. And let's get the chronometer started, and we'll get the push going.
174, contact ground 126.5.
Excuse, yeah. I use that one too. It's like, oh, yeah, I was just about to call you. Fuck, I forgot you existed. That happens with like my friends or like my mother would be like, oh yeah, I'll call you back, and then I never do, and it's like, oh right, I was gonna call you, I just forgot you existed. 100% forget. Yeah, I'm obviously not gonna get mad if a controller forgets about my push and start. The 30 planes that are out here. It happens. Ow. All right, so engine 1 firing up. And we'll stay out of that guy's way, so if he wants to push back, he'll have plenty of room. So we'll stop right here. Parking brakes engaged.
61 is taxiing on Bravo.
Velocity 461, hold position.
Hold position, velocity 461.
Jetstar 825.
All right.
For taxi.
So engine 1 is good. Fire up engine number 2.
Jetstar 825, taxi Charlie Bravo 2 on point 16 right.
And we'll get the tug disconnected.
Charlie Bravo Sierra.
Whoops.
16 left, Jetstar 825.
Jetstar
what do I use for pushback? I use pushback helper.
Taxi Charlie cross 25 Bravo 10 holding point 16 left.
Ground, hello, contact 703, runway located.
And can we cross runway 25, corner 555? Corner 555, wait, I'll tell you when you can cross. Jetstar,
alright, we will hold
25, taxi Charlie, cross 25, Bravo 10 holding point, runway 16 left.
Fire again, say again for 825, Jetstar 825.
Okay.
Jetstar 825, taxi Charlie, cross 25, Bravo 10 holding point, runway 16 left.
Charlie, cross 25, taxi Charlie, cross 25.
All right, engine 2 stabilizing.
Bravo and holding point 16 left, Jetstar 825.
Beautiful. All right, the battery's coming off.
Bravo looking
we'll come
for
up here, the AP
terminal
can come
2
off. Then I never turned those systems off, but the TCAS is going to come back on. We'll set the auto brake for max. We'll do a quick flight control check.
Bravo cross 25.
Ailerons are good. Elevators good. Rudders, speed brakes good. Flaps set for 1. And trim is going to be up 0.2. Or was it up or down? I think it was up. Yeah, flaps up 0.2. So that's about right there. Let's see. Hydraulics look good. So packs look good. Doors are good. Wheels look fine. All right. So let's get the taxi light on. And let's call, and we will get our taxi clearance. Oh my god, I was not expecting that. That looks like a Cathay Pacific A350. Alright, so let's get our taxi clearance here.
Sydney, ground Qantas 215, ready for push and start at Dom 1, requesting those to the west.
Qantas 215, push is approved.
Might be a 3, it looks like a 350. Oh, actually it might be a 330, you might be right. Got small engines on it.
Ground today, Qantas 438, base 6 feet, Charlie, push back.
Qantas support to it, will you be able to stay clear of the company?
Charlie 4.
I don't know if it's a 39. The engines look kind of small on it.
I stand with American Clear, Qantas 438.
Ground, Jetstar 621, ready to taxi.
61, holy short.
Push first, Qantas 438.
Delta, that's still Charlie. Ground, Jetstar 621 with Charlie, ready to taxi.
Jetstar 621, taxi Bravo 4, Charlie, Bravo 2, holding point, 16 right.
16 right. Bravo 4, Charlie, holding point 16 right for Jetstar 621. Okay.
City Grand, just 769.
So it'll be an easy taxi for us here. So it'll be, what was it, Bravo Charlie? Bravo 4 Charlie. So Bravo 4 is out this way, and then this is Charlie right here. Right? That's what it looks like. Where's that domestic ramp thing? Domestic ramp. Where the hell are you? And I gotta sit here and figure this shit out. Here we go. Cool. I could not have asked for a fucking worse thing.
Velocity 461, cross 25, hold short Golf.
Yeah, why do they gotta make this so goddamn
25, hold short, Golf, velocity 461.
Bays International. So where's the base for the domestic? There it is. So yeah, Bravo 4, that's this taxiway right here. Okay, cool. Let's get ourselves moving. So it's gonna be, that's Charlie 2, so this is gonna be Bravo 4 out here. Welcome to Sydney. Yeah, whoever designed this friggin' airport is a dick.
1889, backtrack runway 25 to Delta, then hold short Golf.
Backtrack 25 to Delta, then hold short of Golf, velocity 1889.
Yeah, that looks like an A330. Probably a 300 if I had to guess.
Flight October, quick push stop. Flight up 2, push approved.
Blue construction pylon coming in with the raid of 1.
Qantas 55, taxi Bravo, hold short Charlie 1.
What's going on, man? How you doing? Thanks for the raid. What were you guys playing? Traffic cone raid? Oh boy.
Qantas 92, holding short Bravo.
Do we have any mods out there? Can we get a shout out for blue construction pylon?
Qantas 92.
You bring a friend. Oh boy.
Qantas 555, taxi Bravo.
You bring a friend with Val emotes in the chat. I like it.
Qantas 555, taxi Bravo, hold short Charlie 1.
Let me see if I can spell this right.
Charlie 1.
Yes, I got it on the first try. Look at this. All right, so.
Qantas 555, you're currently holding short Bravo 4.
You caught us just in time. We're taxiing out from Sydney, and we're heading on out to Adelaide in Australia.
On Lima.
Velocity 833, taxi Bravo, hold short 25.
Bravo short 25, velocity 833.
Qantas 92, give way to the velocity 737, then Bravo, hold short 25.
Give way to the aircraft and Bravo, hold short 25. Qantas 92.
Blue construction pylon. I
follow
like
the
that
company
name.
737, hold short 25.
This is it upside down? Not yet.
Qantas 438, direct taxi.
Qantas 438, taxi Bravo to your holding point, runway 16 right.
Taxi for Bravo 2, runway 16 right, Qantas 438.
Sydney ground at link 1602, request push.
So we can switch over to tower without first contacting the ground controller, because we're a domestic aircraft.
Velocity 1889, we took a wrong turn. We're behind the Jetstar on Bravo.
Velocity 8.
Alright, so let's do tower. We'll turn right here. Sydney Tower, Jetstar 621, holding point Bravo 2 for 16 right.
Jetstar 621, City Tower, good day, runway 16 right, line up and wait.
16 right, line up and wait, Jetstar 621. Okay, so we're looking good here. Let's get the strobe lights turned on, wing lights coming on, turn off lights coming on. We'll pull the landing lights out. We'll actually put them on once we cross the threshold, not the threshold, the whole short line here.
121.7.
Which will be right about now.
Jetstar 621, keep it rolling. Runway 16 right, clear for takeoff.
16 right, clear for takeoff. Jetstar 621. Oh, got out of here nice and quick.
Target there, Singapore 241.
Keep it rolling, so we'll go power 40%.
Singapore 241, Sydney Tower, g'day.
And flex. I would say that was real fast. I put 60 minutes of taxi fuel on this thing for nothing. Airspeed's alive. Oh my god. This thing is swaying all over the place. Rudder profile sucks. 100 knots.
That guy, Quant 438 ready.
What the fuck?
Quant 438, Sydney Tower, g'day.
B1, rotate. B2. Alright, positive climb. Just windy.
Jetstar 621, contact departures.
Over departure, Jetstar 621.
Singapore 241, runway 16 right, clear to land.
Good final.
Departure, Jetstar 621, passing 1,000.
Jetstar 621, senior departures, g'day, you're identified. Climb via SID to flight level 280.
Climb via SID, flight level 280, Jetstar 621. Alright, climb power. I don't know if any nose down would help control below. I had nose down.
825.
I have nose down until I get to about like 90 knots, and then I slowly start to bring it back. It's the rudder profile, because if you're... The rudder profile is too sensitive. That's what the problem is. With the Fenix, I cannot find a happy medium with it. Alright, slats in. And then we'll come down here, we'll get the spoilers disarmed, we'll turn the nose lights off, keep the rest of the lights on. Yeah, we got out of Sydney real friggin' quick. I thought we were going to be stuck in Sydney forever. The Fenix rudder is super... Yeah, and I have a profile set up for it to make it less sensitive, and it's just... I cannot find... like a solid, like, compromise with it. But it also didn't help that it was windy as shit.
Just wondering if we can get a quick 5-minute break here.
No.
Just 507, just hold on. Seconds, hold, get over to center and then you can request center.
Okay, roger, thank you, just 507.
About 2 hours to get to Adelaide.
507, you can contact Melbourne Centre on 125.
So we'll see if the winds are going to cooperate with us. Maybe we'll get lucky and the winds will just die.
Over to Centre 125.0 with my request. Star 507. Cheers. Have a great day. See you.
We are climbing a lot faster though, since we are a lot lighter than we were on the last flight. And I'll put the autopilot on. Yeah, I'm amazed how fast we got out of Sydney. Perks of being a domestic flight in Sydney, I guess. How I be? I be good. I be good. It was a hell of a week, but made it through. So it's Friday. All right. Oh, and that Cathay that was there, he's going to fly out to Hong Kong. All right, so we're above our transition altitude. Let's go standard pressure. We'll turn the lights off. We'll chime the seat belts here. So we'll bring it up to 270 knots now. Then we're going to turn back inbound, and we're going to fly past the airport again, and then we're going to depart out. We'll get the music turned back on. Here's to the weekend. Hopefully next week is brighter. Yeah. Next week will be, it'll be a lot less stressful because I won't be backing up 2 managers next week. That's why this week was, like, crazy. I was backing up 2 different managers at my job. So there's just a lot of stuff that came through that I was prepared for, but I was like, oh my god.
Climb flight level 280.
Contact level 280, corner sharp 438.
Hey, Canada 359, can we request like a 5-minute break real quickly?
Canada 359, I'm going to be sending you over to centre.
So 45 minutes until the FNO ends.
You can request that from
Not expecting air traffic control to be on
Thank you. Hey, Canada 359.
at Adelaide, but maybe they'll be nice. Maybe they'll be nice. Some of these dudes have already been on for over 4 hours. But sometimes, like, the dudes working the event will go off, and then a couple of people will come on as kind of like the cleanup crew. So this right now is saying we're going to land in Adelaide at 0400, which is an hour and a half from now.
359, contact Brisbane Centre 130.9 is your request.
Brisbane Centre 130.9 with my request. Canada 359, thank you.
But we'll see. Well, I think the event ends at 0300. Let's see. Blue Construction Pylon, thank you for that follow. Welcome aboard. So we've got, let's see, the FNO Down Under. Yeah, ends at 0300. But we'll see. What the hell was I doing?
That's 825, contact Brisbane Centre 130.9.
Oh, shit. You heard that? That was me, not you. So there's Sydney off to our right. Hell yeah. Sydney's very pretty. Now let's go. Yeah, doesn't it? What if we can do... Let's see if we can get it in the turn. Might be a little weird to try and get like a decent like photo of it. Let's see if we can do it. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's... It's probably about as good as it's gonna get. The render distances now, it's like, you know. And now off to the middle of frickin' nowhere. We'll get this pulled up. We can turn the constraints off since there are no more constraints until we start getting closer to Adelaide. All right, now it says 0411. Yeah, so now that the winds are starting to kick our ass, yeah, so now it's closer to like that 2 hours. But it's all good.
It's 621, contact Melbourne Centre, 128.4.
128.4, Jetstar 621. All right, so 128.4. And that was Melbourne Center. Melbourne Center, Jetstar 621, flight level 240, climbing flight level 280.
Jetstar 621 Centre, g'day, climb flight level 360.
Climb flight level 360, Jetstar 621. Enjoy your flight to the middle of nowhere, your dinner's about to get here. All right, well, we'll see you next time, man. Appreciate you coming by. Our flight out to the middle of nowhere is going to be very exciting. So it's going to be a lot less crazy than it was going from Brisbane to Sydney. But if we look at the radar here, it does make sense because, like I said, the most popular route's going to be between Sydney and Brisbane. Not a whole lot of activity going on between Adelaide and Sydney at this point. Pretty much the rush... Oh, a Concorde. The rush of... Adelaide to Sydney is over. Hosea Plays, thank you for that follow. Appreciate you. Yeah, so I think everybody going to and from Adelaide was pretty much the rush was going to be from Adelaide to Sydney for the beginning part of the event, and then I pretty much expected it was going to taper off towards the end. So yeah, we definitely went about this one the right way. And for those of you that do wish to join, we do have a Discord server. So exclamation point Discord is going to get you the link. And sorry, I'm just a little off track here. So exclamation point Discord will get you the link. Just keep in mind it is an 18+ Discord, so you will need to be 18+ in order to join it. But that'll get you the link. Exclamation point socials will get you the link for all of my other sites where you can find me on. So YouTube and apparently TikTok. The TikTok ban is getting extended for another 75 days. So I'll be on TikTok for at least another 75 days. And then in 75 days, it'll be another 75 days. So for the time being, I'm still on TikTok. So I do have some VATSIM 101 style content for you to take advantage of on both of those sites, so make sure you check those out, especially if you are somebody that is brand new to the network. Why 75 days? I don't fucking know. Because our government's full of morons. That's why. I was like 3 planes behind Rob Sherman flying the 146 before he got vectored, so me and one other could pass. There you go. Yeah, why'd they pick 75 days? I have no idea. It's probably some kind of legal thing. There's probably some kind of statute out there that says, hey, if something's like pending like that, like 75 days is like the norm. I don't know. I don't have an IQ low enough to work in government. Or I should say I don't have an IQ low enough to be a politician. That's what I should say. Well, there was a Singapore Airlines flying out there, and it just disappeared. So, rip Singapore? I will say, we do have another VATSIM First Wings event coming up, and it looks like I'll be streaming that on the VATSIM channel, too. Nothing's official yet. But that's going to be on the 19th, which I believe is 2 weeks from tomorrow. It's 2 weeks from tomorrow. That'll be exciting. There'll be another VATSIM First Wings that we can do. I don't even think they're taking signups for it yet. Let's... Oh, you can. So that VATS... Oh, no. Bookings are open on the 12th. Okay.
Adelaide 1 Mike Golf, TCM 10,000, Sydney Connect 1014.
10,000, QNH 1014, we have 02, Lufthansa 1 Mike Golf.
Okay. So, just taking a look at the radar again here. Yeah, so it's going to be nice and clear out to Adelaide. There's a handful of planes that are flying into Sydney. But, and then there's a couple of planes flying out of Sydney to Melbourne, but pretty much everybody's going to Brisbane. Everybody's flying back and forth between Sydney and Brisbane. This frequency is so much quieter than it was earlier. Yeah, like I said, the rush from Adelaide is pretty much over. You were going to get a lot of flights going from Adelaide to Sydney, but not a whole lot going in the other direction. Everybody for the FNO Down Under loves to fly from wherever the start is to Sydney, and historically it's made sense because usually the featured airports are Melbourne, Sydney, and Brisbane. So, like what we do is we'll either do Melbourne to Sydney to Brisbane or Brisbane to Sydney to Melbourne. Because flying from Melbourne out to Brisbane, that's like 2.5 hours. That would be like the entire FNO. But if you break it up, you get a little bit of chaos in between. I wish they would do an FNO for this side of Australia. Like Perth, maybe Darwin might be a little far, but like you do like Perth out to like to Port Hedland and then out to here. What's this? I forget what this is. But like having an FNO on the west side of Australia would be pretty cool. But there's a lot more on the east coast than there is the west coast, so like I get it.
And I've had the 1 Mike Golf contact Sydney approach 128.3.
Even if they did like Tasmania.
Lufthansa 1 Mike Golf, yeah.
Actually, I think they did do Tasmania for one FNO. You know, all right, Thomas, we'll see you next time. I think East Coast is a lot more civil. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Because it's funny, like before I actually like knew what the geography of Australia was, I thought Melbourne was on the west coast. I did not know Melbourne was like 3 hours from Sydney. Or not, well, not 3 hours like a drive, but it's like an hour-and-a-half flight, so it's like maybe like 4 hours drive from Sydney-ish. Maybe longer. Well, no, if it's an hour, if it's like an hour, it's probably like 6 hours then. FNO Down Under long haul edition, that would be like across the land thing. That Sydney flying out to Perth is like, I think that's like a 4-hour flight. That's a far flight. But the one event that I do love doing is Cross the Ditch. Cross the Ditch is a very fun event. That's when you go from New Zealand to Australia, or Australia to New Zealand, either or. Oh, boing, hello. Bouncy, bouncy. Oh, the wind is so much fucking heavy. 133, Jesus. Oh my god. This time just keeps going up. Yeah, we'll get there when we get there. But yeah, we have a ground speed right now of 333 knots. So this sucks. We're not in a Boeing, we're in an Airbus. Yeah, you know, well, it was bouncing. Ouch on the headwind, yeah. Well, let's see what it's doing as we get closer to Adelaide. Does it taper off? So... No, it stays pretty much the same. Whatever, it's not a big deal. Not a huge deal. Yeah, so pretty safe to say there's going to be no ATC when we get out to Adelaide. 130 knot headway, yeah. Of course, there's a headwind. You've got two big fans attached to the wings to blow the wind towards your face. Well, it's blowing the wind behind me. And it's a direct headwind, too. It's not even like, oh, yeah, it's like a crosswind. No, it's a direct headwind at 130 knots. No wonder the approach controller told those of us coming from Adelaide we were going way too fast. Yeah. Yeah, because you would have had a ground speed of like 560 knots. So 30 minutes left in the event.
Melbourne's had a good day. Emirates 898, flight level 370.
Emirates 898,
You should come in
centre,
slower
g'day,
like
start
these
clear,
guys coming from the other direction. Yeah.
For runway 16
if only it was
right,
that easy,
when ready
right?
descend via the star
No onboard
flight level
snacks. There are, you
130.
just gotta find them.
Rivet for arrival.
We're a budget airline. We don't even hire flight attendants.
140 when ready, Emirates 898.
You guys didn't pay the fee for flight attendants on this flight. So, you know, rip bozo.
Center JetBlue 2145, flight level 350.
JetBlue 2145, centre, g'day, star clearance Rivet for arrival for runway 16 right, when ready to send via the star flight level 130.
The ankle biter for arrival.
Rivet for arrival, expect runway 16 right, when ready to send via star, flight level 130, JetBlue 2145.
Gonna start a riot if I don't find nuggies. You gotta look for them. You'll find them. You just gotta look for them. Oh, we gained a whole 2 knots. We got 2 whole knots. The airspeed the headwind came down a little bit. Rip. Thank you for the hydrate tea. Let's see what's going on with these controllers here. So this controller's been online for a long time. So then the next sector has been on for a long time. The sector after him, a long time. Yeah, they're probably gonna go. The only shot that we may have is maybe like Adelaide Tower and ground will stay up because they've only been on for like an hour and a half. But who knows? Because they could have come from other sectors. 35 arrivals to Sydney, 5 for Adelaide. Yeah, that sounds about right. Bah. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot less crazy this leg than it was for the flight from Brisbane. Still worth it, though. Event is still 100% worth it. And then for next week, we're only streaming Tuesday and Wednesday. So Thursday and Friday next week, there will be no stream. I know I already posted that in the Discord. I just wanted to bring it up again. So yeah, we'll be doing the Northern Light Tuesday event in Edmonton, it looks like. We'll probably bring out the A350 for that. And then for Wednesday, of course, we'll have
Melbourne
the
Center,
vote
World
in the Discord
683, level 350.
for the game you guys want me to play. But yeah, next week there will be no stream on Thursday and Friday.
Walker 683, centre geared A. Star clearance Rivet 3 arrival for runway 16 right. When ready, descend via the Star flight level 130.
Alright, Rivet 3 for the Star and 16 right for the runway, and when ready, descend via the Rivet 3 for World 683.
JetBlue 2145, start descent now, flight level 130, speed 250 on conversion.
Start descent now to flight level 130, 250 on the speed in the transition, JetBlue 1245.
There is a plane out in front of us. He might be a little too far for us to see. He's off in like this direction, yeah, so we can't see contrails. We're not going to be able to see him. Let's see. Slant was taken off out of Sydney, wasn't he? I don't know where he was going. Let's see if we can find him. I forget what his call sign usually is. Trying to see if we can find it. I don't think I'm going to. It's like 514, right? Oh, he just took off out of Sydney. Okay. Yeah, he just departed. Hi, Ivan.
Melbourne Centre, good day. Qantas 632 with you, 370.
We're going so slow. Oh, we got another knot.
Qantas 632, Centre good day, maintain 370.
So yeah, if we're looking at
maintain 370
an 0430 arrival, yeah, we're going to be up in the air for a little bit. We could probably turn the seatbelt signs off. I really thought this was going to be like an hour and a half flight. But I mean, an hour and a half, 2 hours, what's the difference, right? Just nothing. There's nothing out here. I don't even know if there's, like, towns that are underneath us. Oh, that actually... Yeah, there's a little city right there. That's an airport. So we found a city. Looks like there's something else over there. But yeah, it just looks like a lot of not a whole lot. Oh, there's a plane right there. Put up a fight. When you land, watch out for the kangaroos. They put up a fight, yeah. Gotta watch out for them kangaroos.
JetBlue 2145, descend via the start 10,000.
How the hell did you end up all the way out here?
14.
Send via star QNH 1014, JetBlue 2145.
Hello, Center. This is MH 122 at flight level 350.
MH 122, send a good day.
What type of fuel does he have? I don't know. He flew it from, like, Kennedy out to Dublin, and then from Dublin to, like, probably, like, Rome, and then from Rome out to, like, Baghdad out to, like, Karachi to, I don't even know where the fuck from there. And then from wherever the fuck that would have been down to, like, Kuala Lumpur. Maybe you could go Karachi to Kuala Lumpur in an A320. And then from Kuala Lumpur out to, like...
MS 122, start clearance available?
I don't even know. Jakarta. And then Jakarta to Darwin. Darwin to, like, Brisbane. And then Brisbane down to Sydney.
Right. Flight level 130 when you're
79 leg trip.
Lead to Rivet for arrival, runway 16 right, and when ready, descend 130, MH 122.
And Center, World 683, we're starting our descent on the Rivet 4.
Walker 683, so just say again.
I'll just let you know we're starting our descent on the Rivet 4, and FYI, we're not Walker, we're World.
Yeah, I just realised that. World 683, thanks. Speed 250 on the conversion, please.
250 on the conversion, World 683.
He's like, actually...
Just 621, center 132.6, cadet.
Did you call 621? Oh, you call Jetstar 621?
Jetstar 621 over 132.6.
132.6, Jetstar 621. 132.6.
Say 135, 20 nautical miles to top of descent.
Cathay 135, when ready, descend flight over 130.
130, Cathay 135.
Melbourne Center, Jetstar 621, flight level 360. Albert Center, Jetstar 621, flight level 360.
Flight 621, sending it A.
Okay, so... yeah, at least it seems like it's a relatively smooth flight. No bumpies. So that's good. We can leave the seatbelt sign off. That way y'all can move around the cabin. You can go on the nuggie hunt. And then for the arrival, we're planning on the Kakla 1 Alpha, but largely depends on what runway we're going to land on now. Runway 5 and 2-3 is going to be ideal, and it's compatible with both of those runways. So either way, it looks like that's what we're going to be using, because it's a 10,000 foot long runway as opposed to 3012, which is 5,400 feet. Looks like 2-3, yeah. For right now, it does anyway. What I'll do is I'll just put it in the FMS for runway 2-3, and if it changes, then we'll deal with it then. So we'll do runway 2-3, and then it'll be the Kakla 1 Alpha. Can't really do an approach if we don't put an approach, right? So the time came down a little bit, because the arrival's a lot shorter for 2-3 as opposed to 5. So yeah, looking like another hour and a half. Ish. Let's see. Just trying to think if there's anything from like the 101 standpoint that we can go over. But there's not really a whole lot right now. Just kind of vibing up here at altitude. But at least we're not going to be landing at our landing weight again. Significantly less people on board the plane now than we did when we took off out of Brisbane. We took off 34 minutes late. No, we didn't. No, we didn't. What time were we supposed to take off? 02:15? What time did we actually depart? Usually we get like an ADC delay card thing in here. Maybe with this plane we don't. I don't know. We definitely didn't take off 34 minutes late though. So scheduled time of departure was 2:15. Phoenix doesn't think we've left the gate yet. Yeah, what time is it right now? Yeah, it's 0250. Yeah, what is... Yeah, there's something weird going on with this plane. That's probably why it wasn't letting me do, because if I go over to the departure, or like the arrival info, well, the arrival wasn't like, but like the depart, maybe that's why it wouldn't let me do the departure stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I have to uninstall and reinstall it or something. That's weird. You've had this bug before? Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. But whatever, like, it is what it is. Plane still flies, it operates. Oh, Any Builds released another update for the A350. Dare I ask what this changelog is? Let's see. Let's figure this out together. So they added some more SimBrief integration, which is nice. Let's see. I just need a full changelog. Okay, let's see. So, fixed flex temp output corrected an issue where incorrect flex temperature values were affecting the engine power rating. The system now provides accurate thrust settings based on the under flex temp. What else? So we have... See if there's anything, like, major. Not really anything major that... Hey, Dustin. Stop throwing shit at me. Yeah, there's not really a whole lot there. So they fixed a bunch of things that, like, never really affected me. Not that I've noticed. Strobe light beacon sync timing not using correct. I don't even know what that means. I guess that means they were just not blinking at the right speed or intervals. They fixed a whole bunch of sounds.
1021, Cafe 135.
Engine fire test sound feedback. Okay. Ground roll taxi sample repetitive. Okay, so they just like got rid of the repetitive like sounds. Yeah, there's not really anything major. Cool. Added a bunch of small little fixes. Oh, they added engine covers. That's pretty cool. Okay. Well, we're back at 330. We were at 336. Now we're 335. Line 2024, 20. This is 2020. The only thing that's annoying about the A350 is that every time it updates, you have to go in there and delete the WASM folder, so they have to recalibrate all your shit. So then you have to calibrate the throttles, and then you gotta like exit the sim and then load it back in for the reversers to register. I wish they would fix that. It's really quiet on this frequency. Let's see, Adelaide is still going strong, but there's still another 5 minutes left in the event. I'm fully anticipating everything going to ATC 0. And it looks like even the traffic between Sydney and Brisbane is starting to slow down. So everything's winding down from the FNO. Had the issue with the Fenix in 24 and 20, fixed it by uninstalling 24, clearing the Fenix folder, and then completely reinstalling the aircraft. Yeah, I mean, this is the first time that it's happened, so maybe it's just like a one-off, but this isn't even like that big of a problem, because it's just the tablet. Like, you know, I can work around that.
Zero 212, connect center, 123.05. Houston 212, can you please repeat? Contact center, 123.05.
Oh boy.
132.05, Houston 212.
Really wish we were going like 100 knots faster. Ah. It's so slow. But you know, this next hour is going to come and go pretty quick.
175.43, connect center, 128.4. Good day.
28.4, thanks very much. 175.3.
Only 330, yeah. Got a nice healthy headwind to slow us down on our way out to Adelaide.
Cafe 135, contact center 132.2. Good day.
32 to Cafe 135, good day.
This is usually how the FNOs go. The first half of it is pretty chaotic, and then it kind of slows down as the event winds down. But, I mean, we're at the official end time of the event, and these dudes are still going. I mean, it's like Saturday morning for them right now. It's, what time is it right now? Oh, it's afternoon. Okay, so it's 2 o'clock in Melbourne right now. Yeah, so these dudes are just vibing on a Saturday. Yeah, they start at 10 a.m., goes to 2. Yeah, that's actually a pretty solid time for an event. That's why these FNOs in Australia work so well. 1:30. Oh, there's a 30-minute difference. Okay. I really wish they would bring an FNO to, like, Japan. That would be a lot of fun. Do an event between, like, South Korea and Japan. That'd be really cool. FNO between, like, Seoul and Tokyo. Or even if you just had just, like, the island of Japan itself. Japan, yeah, Japan would be a lot of fun. I just don't know, like, what staffing is like there.
Skyblue 1077, climb flight level 370.
370, Skyblue 1077.
VR's 1825, descend via the star. If I didn't give it to you already, 10,000, QNH 1014.
1014 and down to 10,000, 1825.
Cathay 134, Brisbane Centre.
Cathay 135, Brisbane, go ahead.
134.
Oh boy. Love going to new places. This is my first time in Australia. Yeah, Australia is a lot of fun.
VR's 1825, contact Sydney.
Anytime there's an event in Australia, I try to
3.
jump on it. Whether it's, you know, across the ditch or the FNOs.
What's that, 128.3?
It's a lot of fun.
128.3, 1825.
I
don't really know of any other events that they do. I mean, I'm sure they have...
215, when ready, descend, flight level 130.
I'm sure they have just, like, regular, like, events that they do. I think, like, they have, what is it, Milk Run Mondays or something? Isn't that theirs? I think that's one of the... Yeah, it's, between Melbourne and Sydney. They do that every Monday.
135, 14,800.
Between
0700
and 1100
Zulu. Via 4,000.
4,000, 135.
So, like, super early in the morning for me. But that is an event that they do.
Did Envoy 34, sorry about my freaking.
3 a.m. to 7, but yeah, so pretty much the same. So it's not really an event that I get to jump on, but the Cross the Ditch event is really like that, and the FNO Down Under are the two events that I really get to enjoy with Australia.
Qantas 7543, descend, flight level 130.
130, 7543.
And set 588, Dennis.
That's it, 588.
Thanks, just making sure you're on frequency.
Qantas 215, can we step away for 1 minute?
No.
Qantas 215, call back.
Okay.
Skyblue 1077, same mark number.
Skyblue 1077, at the moment, 78.
Skyblue 1077, maintain mark decimal 77 or less.
77 or less.
Brisbane's starting to shut down.
For version 1825, what's that frequency again?
So Melbourne, Brisbane Center is starting to shut down.
128 decimal 3.
So they still have approach, ground and tower over at Brizzy.
1825.
And Envoy 34, request star and distance.
Envoy 34. Thanks. Poly 9 Alpha, runway 35. When ready, descend, flight level 390.
Poly 9 Alpha for 35, when ready, flight level 390 out of 450 now for Envoy 34.
Envoy 34, thanks.
Envoy, another one, another regional airline. interesting. Adelaide approach just logged off. Rip. I mean, the dudes over at Adelaide have been going for a long time, so I would imagine ground and tower might be up for a little bit longer, but I would imagine the center controllers are going to be logging off here pretty soon. I don't expect the tower and ground to wait for us because we're still like an hour out.
We're back. Sorry about that.
And I think they still have 3 planes that are on the ground, so they might just like launch those 3 off and then call it a night. But yeah, like who knows? It's still a very successful event, I would say. Another fantastic FNO Down Under in the books. Your sector doesn't just show on. Yeah, it's the way that they have it set up on the VATSIM map is kind of weird. But it's all part of Melbourne Center. So it's like one dude. It's one dude that's like staffing all of Melbourne. But because of the frequency he's logged in on, it doesn't light up all the sectors.
Just 507, you can expect the ILS runway 16, descend via the star 6000.
Alright, Dodger star 507, can expect the ILS 16, descend 6000, to star 507. And Melbourne Center, just start 507, would that be the ILSU or the ILS Yankee for
Just 507, Zilla.
Roger, ILSU, runway 16, just start 507.
We're almost halfway there. So still showing about a 4:15 arrival time.
Convoy 34, thanks. Yep, good enough for me. Descend flight level 130.
Descend to flight level 130, envoy.
Jet 511, contact me 132.2.
132.2, Jet 511.
Jet 135 full establish, YS 16.
Cafe 135, thanks, runway 16, clear the line.
Hello, 16, Cafe 135.
Melbourne Centre, Jetstar 511 with you, 132.2.
Jetstar 511, Centre.
You said Jetstar 511, where's that guy? I don't even know. I don't even see him. Oh, I see him. Yeah, it looks like Brisbane approach is going to stay up. Yeah, because they have ground tower and approach. I guess they're going to stay because they have a little bit of a queue.
32.
That's coming in there.
Brisbane Centre's offline. Control service terminated for exchange.
So that's probably why they're staying on. This controller's covering like 6 sectors. Yeah.
Your control service is terminated for
yeah, he's got quite a bit.
Quite a 632, thanks. Cheers.
That he's handling. But yeah, he's basically handling all of Melbourne.
Station calling center, just your call sign.
Velocity 1546.
Sydney's still going strong. They got a lot going on there right now. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be logging off anytime soon. Oh, it looks like they may have called in a, like their after-hours crew. Because delivery's been on for 8 minutes.
46,
Ground's been on for 14 minutes. Tower's been on for 30 minutes.
Just confirm you cleared level.
The approach controller's been on for almost 2 hours. And the Brisbane Center controller has been on for 12 minutes. Yeah, so it
it
looks like they've got their little cleanup crew coming in. Adelaide Tower just went off.
Brisbane sending it climb level 390.
Climb level 390, Qantas 526.
And then they just have the, yeah, so Adelaide's probably going to be offline by the time we get there.
Emirates 256, Melbourne Centre, climb level 370. Jetstar 514, control services terminated, change advisories approved.
You guys close up?
I'm here, but your next sector's offline. There's nothing between you and Brisbane approach.
Okay, gotcha. We'll contact them when we get closer if they're still on Jetstar 514. We'll see you.
That's slant.
Flight up 2, control services terminated, first change approved.
Thanks, mate. Have a great day, flight up 2.
We in range to get the
Adelaide
approach.
438, descend via the star 9000, QNH 1021.
But that controller, the ground controller, just put up an 8.
1021.
So something tells me that they're going to be on for a while.
215, speed 250 knots.
And they are landing on runway 23.
250 knots, 215.
According to that ATIS. So, I guess we can plan for the...
Envoy 34, descend via the star 5500. You can expect ILS Zulu, runway 35.
The ILS Zulu.
Above the star 5500, expecting the
this
ILS
controller might be covering you until... no, the sector going into Adelaide is off. I don't think that's part of Melbourne.
You can resume normal speed.
Normal speed, Sky Blue 1077.
Thanks, and you can also give me a call 128.4, expect star clearance.
Or maybe it is, I don't know. I'm not sure. We'll find out either way. So let's get the approach. So it's going to be the ILS Zulu 23.
And 588.
And the approach via is going to be Virat. Insert.
Expect star, answer 588.
Let's make sure this guy. Okay, so yeah, that's still in there. So we have Paklu, Pleasant.
Good center, hello again. Answer 588, flight level 290,
and then from there onto the approach. Nice.
And set 588, Melbourne Centre, thanks. You start clearance.
Just about halfway there.
Runway 16 right, flight
slowly but surely.
For arrival,
we're making our way there.
Flight level 290, answer 588, thanks.
And in a little bit, we'll brief
Jet
the
star
arrival.
507, descend via the star 3000, cleared ILS approach from
yeah, if he's going to be with us for up into the ground, that would be great.
Approach 16, Jetstar 537.
Qantas 438,
let's see.
Descend via the star 6000, expect to be ILS runway 16.
Qantas 6000, Qantas 438.
Qantas 215, descend via the star 9000, QNH 1020.
Yeah, that'd be cool if this
ILS runway 16
was with us the whole way down.
Descend via the star 9000, QNH 1021, expect the ILS 1625, thank you.
Day 135, located Juliet.
Cathay 135, thanks. Hold short of Alpha, contact ground 121.7.
Alpha 1217, Cathay 135, thanks.
Oh, I think that was somebody at Adelaide.
Air China 173, Brisbane Centre, hello, squawk 1541.
And I'm trying to see.
1541, Air China 173.
I think he may have been talking to somebody at Adelaide.
Qantas 2133 holding point, Papa, runway 27.
Or he may have been talking to somebody in Melbourne.
Qantas 2133, Melbourne Centre, hello, runway 27, clear takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 27, Qantas 2133.
Yeah.
Air China 173, heavy, you're identified, cleared to Sydney,
Melbourne.
star clearance, Bori 4 Alpha, arrival, runway 16 right, when ready, descend, flight level 130.
Landing runway 16 right and Bori 4 Alpha, arrival, when ready.
Providing top down from Melbourne and Sydney. Yeah, I don't know if he covers Adelaide though. That's the only thing. I don't know if Adelaide is part of the Melbourne FIR.
QNH 1014.
If it is, then he's probably going to be covering us. Oh, it is. It is part of Melbourne. Okay.
Sky Blue 1077, contact me 128.4.
Oh, Melbourne covers a lot.
28.4, Sky Blue 1077, switching.
Qantas 7543, descend 10,000, QNH 1014.
10,000, 1014, Qantas 7543.
Yeah, Melbourne covers a lot.
Qantas 7543, thanks with that. Contact Sydney approach 128.3, good day.
28.3, Qantas 7543, thank you.
Sydney's starting to shut
Sky
down.
Blue 1077's up.
They're down to well, it's not even showing the approach controllers online.
Your star clearance
Showing
is the
delivery
Rivet
and tower.
4 arrival, runway 16 right, when ready, descend, flight level 130.
Okay, Rivet 4 arrival, runway 16 right, Sky Blue 1077, when ready, 130 or 140?
130, Sky Blue 1077.
130 when ready, Sky Blue 1077.
Envoy 340, clear to leave control area, descending via the ILS, runway 35 Canberra. There's no reported or observed traffic. Report on the ground or IFR cancellation this frequency. Frequency change approved.
Thanks, good leave control area descending and we'll carry Envoy 34.
Qantas 438, descend via the star 4000.
Step by star 4000, Qantas 438.
Qantas 215, speed 230 knots.
Speed 230 knots, 215.
Well, we can take a look at the arrival coming into
200,
Adelaide, so this is pretty much what we're expecting at this point.
Qantas 2133, identify.
So we've got the Calculator 1 Alpha arrival for runways 5 and 23. We're expecting to land on runway 23 per the ATIS report that I was able to find before. Not in range of the ATIS yet, but once we are, we'll certainly make sure to pick it up. So from Calculator, we're going to fly to Pleasant. At Pleasant, we need to be at or below 9,000. Then we're going to fly out to Olvin, slow down to 230 knots at or above 5,000. Then out to Virat, I have no idea. And then from there, we're going to transition right onto the ILS approach for runway 23. As always, a max speed of 250 knots below 10,000. Pretty standard. Not a whole lot to this arrival itself. So just remember that your altitude restrictions, you look for where the altitude falls in reference to this line. The altitude below this line means you need to be at or below that altitude. Altitude above the line means that you need to be at or above the altitude. So pretty simple arrival, but if anybody does have any questions, feel free to pop them on in the chat, since we will have time to kind of break this down. Just a couple of things that I can go over here. So right here you see this 260-degree arrow that points out towards Pleasant. This is just the course that you're going to fly from Kaklu out to Pleasant. Right up above it, it tells you what arrivals this is for and what runway it applies to. 3,800 with the T is your minimum obstructions clearance altitude. So basically that means if you are at least 3,800 feet in altitude, you'll be clear of any terrain or obstacles that are on the ground. You know, you can think of the T, it's, you know, is terrain, so 3,800 is the terrain clearance altitude. The 17 below this 3,800 T is the distance between these two fixes. And then this gold ring is a 25 nautical mile ring around the airport, basically to the east of the airport, where, you know, we want to be at or above 3,800 feet. If we're going to be below it, we just want to be cognizant of any terrain or obstacles that are around us. 10 nautical miles west of the field, same thing, 3,800 feet.
588, when ready,
and then up here, it's 1,900 feet between 10 and 25 nautical miles, and then down here, this, you know, 2,700 to the south. You can see the sectors covered on the VATPAC website. The controller doesn't cover Adelaide. Oh, okay. Well, what I'll do is I will get my radio prepped for the advisory frequency.
3000 clear, last approach runway 16, Qantas 438.
Something tells me that we would not be
Qantas 438, thanks.
In uncontrolled airspace very long.
Via the approach speed,
so
once established, speed 180 knots till 5, then 160. Sorry,
very interesting way they have this broken down.
Till 10, then 160
oh, whoops, that's
till
the
5.
wrong thing. So I'll bring this back up.
180 is 10 miles, 160 5 miles, Qantas 438.
Qantas 215, speed 210 knots.
210 knots, 215.
And Qantas 215, descend via the star 4000.
Eastern via star 4000. 215.
Brisbane Center, jet start 447, one road 340.
It's Melbourne Center. It's not even Brisbane. Brisbane.
Brisbane Center, jet start 447, one road 340, have a Fenix.
Sorry, station checking in just to call, sir.
Jet start 447.
Jet Star 447, Brisbane Centre, g'day. Your star clearance.
Bori 4
Alpha, arrival
I don't
runway
know what half those airports
left,
are.
maintain flight level 340.
Bori 4 Alpha 16, flight level 340, jet start 447.
Jet Star 511, star clearance ready.
Jet Star 511.
Jetstar 511, star clearance, Lizzie 9 Alpha, arrival, runway 16, when ready, descend, flight level.
Yep, Brisbane and Sydney are done. So they've
Lizzie
locked
9
off.
Alpha, runway 16, when ready, descend,
Well, except for
flight
Sydney
level
Tower.
130, Jet Star 511.
We'll see if Adelaide's gonna stay. Oh, we have an ATIS. We have an ATIS for Adelaide. So let's see what we got. ATIS information Echo. Updated on the 5th at 0312. Expected instrument approach 23.
Climb flight level 390.
Climb flight level 390, Qantas 2133.
I thought he said me. I'm like, why am I going to 39? So runway 23 for arrivals and departures. Winds 270 at 11. Visibility is greater than 10 kilometers. Fuel clouds 3,600 feet. Temperatures 20. QNH is 1023. So it looks like it's a very good day over the skies of Adelaide. The 3 letters are the airspace names and codes. Yeah, well, I figured that, but like I don't physically know like what they are. Like MUN, like I don't know what airspace that is. BAL, like I'm not sure. ARL, I knew
China
was Brisbane.
173 descend.
But like I don't know like what those are. Like I know what they are, but I don't know what they are.
Descend to 10,000, QNH 1014, China 173.
Sky Blue 1077, descend 10,000, QNH 1014.
What the bro yapping about? Shut up. That's what
QNH 1014, Sky Blue 1077.
Jetstar 507, hold short of Alpha, contact ground 121.7.
Hold short of Alpha, then contact
And then I don't know what terminal Jetstar parks at.
Qantas
But
438,
there's only
runway
one
16,
terminal.
Midland.
So what gate do we
Qantas
want to
Qantas 4 there.
Qantas 215, clear ILS approach, runway 16, speed 180 till 10, then 160 till 5.
Good for the ILS, Qantas 215, thank you.
I was thinking about parking all the way out here. You know, just park like this is probably like a helicopter hangar. Just park out there.
Have a great rest of your day.
Yeah.
You left from 16 left. Yeah, that's out of Sydney. We took off out of 16 right. I bet you all the flights going up to Brisbane took off 16 left. We went 16 right because we were departing to the east.
1546, clear direct Okisi, Oscar Kilo, India, Sierra, India.
Direct, okay, see, we'll see
Out of Adelaide, I left from the stand 16 left, okay.
Star clearance available.
Go Emirates 256.
Emirates 256, star clearance, RB 7 Alpha arrival, runway 16, maintain flight level 370.
RB arrival 16, maintain 370, Emirates 256.
Belveston, Envoy 34, landing Canberra, cancel.
Envoy 34, Dulwich, Denmark.
So slow. We have that in there. Probably once we get out of controlled airspace, we'll brief the approach. Oh, and Adelaide ground control saying estimated log off time is 0330, so that's like 5 minutes from now. So they likely won't even be there by the time we get there. Unless they see us coming and like, oh yeah, we'll stay on. But we're almost there. Got about another 45 minutes.
Sky Blue 1077, Sydney approach 128.3, good day.
Oh, Sydney approach is still on? Okay.
Say again the frequency, Sky Blue 1077.
Sky Blue 1077, 128.3.
Very dead, yeah.
128.3, Sky Blue 1077.
And set 588, descend 10,000, QNH 1014.
Send 10,000, QNH 1014, and set 588.
Jetstar 692, contact me 130.9.
Jetstar 692, 130.2.
130.9.
Apologies for that, Jetstar 692, 132.9. Sorry, please repeat that.
Jetstar 692, 130.9.
130.9, Jetstar 692.
Bro's fighting for his life.
Air China 173, contact Sydney approach 128.3.
128.3, Air China 173, good day.
Qantas 215, runway 16, clear the land.
Clear to land, Qantas 215, thank you.
Station checking in, say again.
Qantas 687, flight level 280.
Qantas 687, Melbourne Center. Qantas 565.
Just 692 with you at flight level 330. We're experiencing some turbulence. Just wondering if we could...
experiencing the bump.
Oh,
look at that. Top of descent at about 150 miles.
Jetstar 692.
So we'll get there in about
what do you want?
3 to 5 business days.
Jetstar 692. We're happy to go down, thank you.
Jetstar 692, roger, descend, flight level 310.
Jetstar 692, descending flight level 310, thank you for
Always
that.
amazed by the capacity of VATSIM center controllers, yeah. Well, they have a really wide airspace to handle. And for the most part, at center, you're just making sure that planes are staying sequenced and, you know, out of each other's way. It's not like working like an approach.
1602, center. Netflix 1602, go ahead. Confirm ops normal.
Netflix 1602, ops normal. Flight level 280.
Roger.
Qantas 215 vacated onto Juliet.
Qantas 215, short of Alpha, contact ground 121.7.
121.7, thank you for your time today. It's been a pleasure.
Center, Jetstar 692 will be out of the cockpit for about 2 minutes. We'll report when back.
Jetstar 692.
Melbourne Centre, Jetstar 511 is leaving flight level 300 for 130.
Jetstar 511, descend 9,000, QNH 1020.
This dude is just chugging along.
9000 QNH 1020, Jetstar 511.
There's a bunch of planes that are flying in from the west coast of the U.S. to Sydney.
And set 588, contact Sydney approach, 128.3.
Adelaide just went off.
128.3 and set 588, good day.
So it'll be a little bit chill.
Qantas 526.
Which is perfectly fine.
Terminated, change to advisory to Progress.
Frequency change approved, Qantas 526, g'day.
Alright. So we'll stick with the ATIS that we got for the performance for right now, but would not be a bad idea to get a weather observation at... Well, I don't even know if the weather observation is going to change that much.
Velocity 418, Melbourne.
Because when we're within 15 minutes of landing, we're not going to be messing with this. So I'm just going to put this in for right now. So QNH is 1023.
FedEx 77 Heavy, Melbourne Center, squawk 3073.
Then we've got temperature is 20. Winds are 270 at 11. Transition level is 10,000.
FedEx 77, you're identified, cleared to Sydney. Start clearance.
And then
Marlin
270
5
is going to be
runway
the
16
minimums.
right. Maintain flight level 340.
So we'll have that in there. So we got everything set up ready to go for the approach.
16 right, flight level 340, 577.
FedEx 77, thanks. Cleared direct to Nonid.
Cleared direct to Nonid, FedEx 77.
FedEx 77, apologies. Make that Rickney.
Make that Rickney, FedEx 77.
United 2, Niner, control service terminated, frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved, good night.
Jetstar 447, descend, flight level 130. Jetstar 447, descend, flight level 130.
Flight level 130, Jetstar 447.
He's still got quite a bit of planes operating in his
Jetstar
airspace.
692 back in the cockpit.
Jetstar 692.
Qantas 2133 requesting 10 minutes out of the cockpit.
Just all desert.
Qantas 2133, that's approved, call back.
Yeah, there is literally
And
nothing
control,
out
just
here.
be quick, can leave 5 minutes for cockpit.
Who called?
FedEx 77.
FedEx 77, thanks, give me a call when you're
I
back.
mean, it looks like there might be some like farmland that's out here.
Jetstar 826, frequency change approved, good day.
Frequency change, stop object, 826, thank you.
Emirates 256, when ready, descend, flight level 130.
Descend 130, Emirates 256.
Oh, yeah, another 100 miles. Yeah. You're falling asleep and have words about it. Yeah, that's fair, man. Appreciate you coming on by. We will certainly catch you on the next one. We'll let you know how the landing goes. So I'm not sure exactly
Trying to get a just
where this guy's airspace is going to end, but I'm
that's
assuming it's going to be
right there.
relatively soon.
Just 326, sending a day, climb for level 380.
Climb flight level 380, just up 326.
See you soon. Yeah, man. We'll see you next week. We'll be back on Tuesday. Same time, same place.
Melbourne Center, Emirates 256, requesting 2 minutes left on copy.
Sorry, who calls for the AFK?
Emirates 256, just requesting 2 minutes away.
Thanks, give me a call when you're back.
Apologies for the late reply, Qantas 565 380.
Qantas 565, Brisbane, Senegal. You start clearance. Bori 4 Alpha arrival, runway 16 left. When ready, descend, flight level 130.
Bori 4 Alpha 16 left, descend to 130 when ready, 1965.
Jetstar 447, descend 10,000, QNH 1014.
10,000.
If I had to guess, I would say probably at about Woona, which is the next fix that we're going to, is where this guy's airspace is going to end. If I had to guess. That would make the most
511,
sense.
you can expect the ILS runway 16, descend via the star 6000, information whiskey.
Expect ILS 16 Zulu, descend by the star 6000, information whiskey.
Hey Jerry, how you
We'll
doing?
check now.
Good to see you out there.
FedEx 77, when ready, descend, flight level 130.
Melbourne Center, Emirates 256, return copy.
Emirates 256.
Just 326, is it alright if we step away from the computer for around 10 minutes?
Just 326, give me a call when you're back.
You're tired. I flew from Detroit to Austin and then Austin to Denver. Oh boy. That's definitely a good string of flights.
Cathay 134, control services terminated, frequency change approved. Good day.
Bah.
Taipei 134, control services terminated, frequency change approved today.
Goodbye.
Wind was crazy. Denver like 35, not cross. I almost crashed. Oh my god. You talking about like IRL, or are you talking in the sim? Hopefully you didn't almost crash IRL.
Netlink 1602, son. Netlink 1602.
Oh, fair enough, yeah.
Last I checked, planes don't float in the air. Still up normal, been paused there for about like 10 minutes.
Interesting, didn't even realise. Thanks for that, Netlink 1602.
He probably hit like the active pause thing.
2133, contact me 128.4, expect start.
Zero top of the descent, it's getting closer. We're almost there.
Get star 511, descend via the star.
But we can open up the landing rate prediction. So let's get this going again.
5 star 3000, cleared approach, ILS 16.
So we'll let this run for 30 minutes. There'll be the purple window at the top of the chat. That's where you can get your bets in. So you have 30 minutes. Bet however many nuggies you want. And then when we land, I'll show you what the landing rate is so you know I'm not making it up, as always.
Jetstar 447, contact Sydney approach 128.3.
28.3, Jetstar 43, guys.
Almost at the edge of this guy's airspace. Oh wow, they got ground and tower back up for Sydney. They are not ready to quit yet. But they still got a lot of planes over there. They're probably not even FNO related at this point, just dudes that want to be on for the day.
Qantas 2133 back in the cockpit.
Qantas 2133, thanks. Contact me 128.4, expect star.
128.4, expect star, Qantas 2133.
Control, FedEx 77, back to cockpit.
FedEx 77, thanks. When ready, descend, flight level 130.
When ready, descend to fly 130, FedEx 77.
Qantas 2133 with you.
Qantas 2133, Melbourne Centre, thanks. You can disregard that star comment. Didn't realise you were continuing on.
Affirm, Qantas 2133.
Jetstar 621, control services terminated, frequency change approved.
Order advisory, Jetstar 621, thanks for being on tonight. Alright, so back over to our advisory frequency. So CTAF's not a thing in Australia, so we'll just be on advisory frequency for the remainder of the flight. So we'll go through the arrival one more time. So we're gonna join the arrival at Kaklu. Then at Kaklu, we're gonna fly out to Pleasant. Pleasant at or below 9,000 feet. Then out to Alvin at 230 knots at or above 5,000. Then out to Virat. Then at Virat, we're gonna join the approach for runway 23. We have our ATIS right here. We have the information plugged into our FMS. We'll brief the ILS approach for runway 23. Once we begin our descent, pretty straightforward approach, just like it was coming into Sydney. So don't forget to get your landing rate predictions in. That'll be up for the next 25 or so minutes. So if my math is correct, that'll be ending just before we touch down. I'm just looking around the VATSIM map. There's a ground controller in Guam right now. 100% would never have expected that. So 40 miles to our top of descent. So let's bring this down. Let's do it to like 2,000 for right now. Actually, that might be a little. Bring it down to 5,000. 2,000 might be a little low. Airport elevation is about like 70 feet. 20 feet. Okay. Yeah, let's make it 4,000 then. Take a sip of water here real quick. We'll get the shrinks turned on here so we can see them. Still nobody on at Adelaide, so yeah. Pretty much expect that we're going to land without any air traffic control. We're the only plane that's going into Adelaide at this point. Well, except there's a plane that's like probably an hour behind us. And then there's a couple of planes behind them. Yeah, so. Does not look like it's anybody with the event. So we'll bring this back a little bit. Hey, our ground speed went up a little bit. We've gained a full 10 knots since when we first got up to cruise. God, this headwind sucks. So we'll start the descent now. That way the plane's not trying to chase the profile once we intercept it. And we'll get the seatbelt sign turned back on. And down we go. So let's take a look at the ILS approach for runway 23. So we have the approach, we have the airport for Adelaide, it's the ILS Zulu, runway 23. Up at the top, our ATC frequencies are not going to apply. We're going to be on the advisory frequency of 122.8. Localizer frequency is 109.7, and the identifier is IAD, so we're going to make sure that that's all set in there properly. Approach course is 222 degrees. Final approach fix is at Gugti, which we have to cross at 1,320 feet. ILS decision altitude is 270 feet. In the event we have to go missed, it's a track of 222 degrees, climb to 3,000, or is directed by ATC. You will not find a much more simpler missed approach than that. Transition flight level is 110, not 100, so let me update that in the perf page here. So transition level is 110. Then we have the transition onto the approaches at Virat off of the arrival. If you remember, that's the last fix on the arrival. Becomes the initial approach fix, which we're going to cross at 3,800 feet. Then we're going to fly to Mopri, and then we're going to catch the localizer, fly it inbound towards our runway. Virat, we want to be at 3,800. Then we can start our descent to cross Gugti. What was it, at 1320? Yeah, 1320. At some point, we'll be on the glide slope. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stay at 3,800 until I intercept the glide slope, and then we'll just ride it on down to our minimums, which again are 270 feet. In the event we get to 270, we don't see the runway environment, or if for whatever reason we don't think we can safely land the plane, the missed approach will be track 222 degrees up to 3,000. We'll be looking for a high-intensity approach lighting system with PAPIs on both sides. It's going to be clear as, literally going to be clear as day, so we're not really going to be looking for an approach lighting system because the conditions don't really, well, we're going to see the runway way before we see any approach lights. And then on the descent, we're going to have an approach speed of about 130 knots, so somewhere around like 700 feet per minute on the descent. So that's what we got. But I'll leave this up on the screen just in case anybody does have any questions. You can feel free, pop them on in the chat. RadNav is set correctly. So yeah, we are looking good. I will go ahead and do my arrival data here. So our gross weight right now is 132.6. So we'll use that. And we'll use low brakes, max reversers. All looks good. 6,631 feet is our rollout. And then, of course, as we start getting closer to Adelaide, we'll be making our position reports utilizing the 4 whiskeys that we always talk about on VATSIM 101. So that'll be who we're calling, who we are, what our position is, what our intentions are. And as always, we'll start those call-outs when we're 20 nautical miles away from the field. 20 nautical miles from the field is pretty much going to be at Virat, I think. Well, no, Virat's more like 10. But how far are we at this point? Probably like, yeah, we're still pretty far out. 70 miles. Look at that, the friggin'... The wind speed came down to 46 knots. Jesus. We're going faster in the descent than we were at cruise. Def Leopard, thank you for that follow. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Don't forget, everybody, landing rate prediction is still up. You got 15 minutes. So make sure you're getting your predictions in. Win some nuggies, have some fun. So coming through flight level 190. And it's fine up. And then at 10,000 we'll turn the music off. We'll really start getting locked in. I don't know if I know how to say that name. Draba Prat? I have no idea, but thank you for that follow. Welcome aboard. I apologize for butchering your name. I legitimately have no idea how to say that. Yeah, right? Destination, well, that's a fucking problem, ain't it? What happened? You're telling me we're gonna burn like 30,000 pounds of fuel in the next 10 minutes? Somebody didn't go to college. Did you know? Well, definitely glad I could help. And of course, we're always here, so any questions you have, feel free to come back, and we will definitely help you. I want to know why this says... This EFOB is 11.1. We have 11.4. Yeah, like, is that just below what it should be? Is that what it's saying? Well, it's probably saying it's just less than what it should be. Maybe you'll go around a lot? Yeah, I don't know. I guess we're about to find out. All right, so the QNH is 1023, so let's get that in here. And we'll get the music turned off since we are now approaching our sterile cockpit altitude. Plane knows you won't be able to do it. Yeah. I mean, 11,000 pounds. I mean, that's like, at these altitudes, probably like an hour's worth of fuel. I mean, if I just look at Simbrief. Yeah, I mean, like, it said that we were... I think we have more than what we're supposed to have. We have... Hang on, where's my... So, estimated fuel on board is 11.1. Yeah, we have 11... So... We left with 20... So, we burned 10,000. So, we burned less fuel than what we were supposed to. Because we're supposed to land with, like... a lot less. Well, maybe not. Maybe that's probably about right. Yeah, now it's not yet. Shut up, plane. This plane's stupid. All right, let's get the landing lights on, and then we'll get the wing lights on, and we'll start our position reports here in just a little bit once we get to 20 miles. The plane, yeah, something. The plane's a dick. So yeah, that. So this is pretty much where the airport's at. That's Gugdi right there. The runway's just past it. An IRL pilot? Yeah, not by trade, but yeah. Alright, so we're picking up the right localizer here, so it says IAD 109.7. We're just not close enough to actually receive the localizer signal itself. Can't wait to start flight school next year. Yeah, you're going to enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. It really is. Alright, so I'll make my first position report now, I guess. Yeah. Adelaide traffic, Jetstar 621 is 20 miles east of the field, descending through 7,600, inbound runway 23. I don't like how we are not descending profile, so let's get this down. We'll bring the speed brake out a little bit. bring it out a lot a bit, actually, because now we have to slow down to 230 knots. Speed brake back in. Alright, so now the approach mode just activated. So let's go. Speed brake's armed. We'll do low brake. That's what we planned, right? Yeah, low brake. Adelaide, Radelaide. Yeah, we'll make our next one work because Varat's going to be about 15 miles, so we'll call a 15-mile final once we're over Varat. And we're still flying faster than we're supposed to. This freaking plane does not like... Plane does not like flying slow in descents. It just wants to hold the speed that it's at. Problem is that I can't really afford to have you do that right now. So let's bring it back to 230. You can keep her at 230. I'll be happy with you for right now. Alright, so we're on glide slope. Adelaide traffic, Jetstar 621, turning 15-mile final, runway 23. Alright, so let's go approach mode, since we're going to be on localizer here in a second. We'll set our go around altitude. Let's go flaps 1. Start turning on the rest of the lights here so that when we drop the gear, they'll already be on. There's our runway. Drop the gear, slow this plane down a little bit. Because despite the fact that we're on the approach profile, this plane does not want to slow down. Adelaide traffic, Jetstar 621, 10-mile final, 23. Alright, flaps 2. Flaps full. That's it. This over here, like a little stadium. We're just wig-wagging, huh? Our last call. Adelaide traffic, Jetstar 621, 5-mile final, 23. Just in time for landing, yeah. You got like another minute left on the landing rate prediction, so if you want to get in now. Yeah, what stadium is that? Is that like a football stadium? Looks like a football stadium. No, the predictions through the Twitch predictions. We don't do it through the
1,000.
Through the exclamation point command. Yeah, it looks like it's, well, that might be a little too round for a football stadium. I don't know what like sports arenas are round. All right.
Above. Minimum.
Landing.
Light slope. 40, 30, 20. Retard. 7. 5.
Reversers. Auto brakes deployed. Alright, reversers in. Two great landings in a row. When does that ever happen? Like never? Alright, we'll get off right here. This looks like it's going to be Foxtrot 4. Adelaide traffic. Jetstar 621 vacating 2-3 at Foxtrot 4. Taxiing to the ramp by Foxtrot. Alright, so get off right here. So landing lights are going to come off. Turn off lights off. Nose light can come to taxi. Wing lights off. Strobes off. Speed brakes up. Flaps up. And we'll start the APU. And we'll get the music turned back on here. And now we'll just taxi into the ramp. So it's going to be a little awkward. So we're going to taxi Foxtrot, and then we'll kind of come down this way down Alpha. And we'll just pick one of the gates over there. Curious to see what that landing rate was. I'm going to guess like 150. It seemed like it was a lot softer than the last one. The last one was like 138. But I think Sydney also has a down-sloping runway, so that kind of skewed it a little bit. Probably, yeah, I'm thinking somewhere in the hundreds. Not like 100, like 105 or like 106, but like, well, I don't know about 113. I'm gonna guess 150. Because if it was like 113, you wouldn't even know the plane hit the ground. Like when I touched down, I knew. I was like, okay, like, because the plane kind of like bounced a little bit. Let's come over this way. We'll get some of these things turned off. We'll bring this back to arc mode. I want to know where on the runway I put it down, though. What's the chance I'm gonna do a World Flight 2025 prep and go do the 2025 World Flight route this week? And the first one is Sydney to Adelaide. I don't know if it'll be Sydney to Adelaide, but we'll definitely be getting in on the World Flight again this year. Last year that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of flying that we did, and after the World Flight was over, I was like, I never want to touch Flight Simulator ever fucking again. But it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Probably like the day, and I knew it was going to be the day where I was going to be like, oh my God, I want today to end, was that day where we went from, what was it, from Vegas to Honolulu, and then we flew from Honolulu to like Wake Island. It was like fucking 13 hours. I was like, oh my God. I was like, I cannot wait to land in Wake Island so I can be done. That was brutal. Oh, we got all our stuff right here. So we'll just park at this spot. Yeah, I don't know if I'll do another thing like where it was like 13 hours of just straight flying. I was like, oh my God, that was a lot. And that was the day where I had all those internet issues too, like where I started recognizing the fact that like, hey, that's when all my problems started. Was during World Flight. All right, so we'll get the parking brake on. We'll come up here. We'll get the APU bleed turned on. Engines are looking pretty stable, so we'll kill both of those. And then 40% N2s, we're going to turn off the beacon light. So that comes off. We can turn the seatbelt sign off too. I believe it puts in the chocks by default. Nope, does not. Chocks in. So we don't have... Are there stairs? Oh, yeah, there are stairs. We can bring the stairs over. Oh, okay, they just kind of appear. All right, cool. Yeah, that looks good. So we'll get the GPU hooked up. Very nice. Okay. So let's do the landing rates. So are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1. Really? I think I got ripped off, guys. Minus 209? Really? That's what we're going with? I mean, come on. Like... I think I got ripped off. Well, you know what it was? The landing rate was probably minus 150, but when you calculate for inflation, it's minus 210. That's probably what happened. Put it down in the 1,500 footers, so I mean... I'll take it. So 1,500 footers, minus 210. Whatever. Actually, those might not be 1,000 footers. This is probably the 1,000 footers. This might be an ICAO aiming points. That might be 1,300 feet. And then this is probably the 2,000 footers. If I had to guess. Yeah, this is probably 5,000. Yeah, because you could see where the old aiming point was, and then it was moved up. Yeah, so that's probably 1,300 feet. And then this is going to be 2,000 feet right here, if I had to guess. But still, you know. I'll take it. Not bad. So let's get this prediction answered here. I swear to God, if JoJo wins this one. So it's between 201 and 250. Let's see who won. Okay, it was Dustin and Aleskis. All right. It was Dustin and Aleskis. Because if JoJo would have won that one, I probably would have just, like, quit. I'd be like, nah. 100% would have been rigged. All right, everybody. And with that, we are going to conclude this evening's longer than anticipated stream. So, for those of you that are new here, what we usually do is VATSIM 101. And how it normally works is I take you through a flight in VATSIM, break things down nice and slowly, and answer any questions that you have along the way. On Fridays, what we do is we get into the Friday Night Ops, or FNOs as VATSIM calls them, which are big chaotic events that VATSIM puts on for the community, and we fly in the event. So because of how crazy and chaotic these events can get, it's less time for me to explain things as they're happening and more of me just showing you, you know, what VATSIM looks like in these big FNOs that they do. So I would say this is a very successful, once again, FNO Down Under. By far, my favorite Friday night op that VATSIM has on their calendar. I could fly this FNO every single Friday night for the rest of my life and not get bored or be upset. So, love the VAT Pack crew. Love the controllers over in Australia. So, definitely, especially in Sydney. Sydney was handled. That was probably the most efficient I had ever seen Sydney run in an FNO. So they are definitely on top of their game over in Sydney. Because I remember the first couple of FNOs we did here, it was absolutely chaotic. And that was the most efficient I've ever seen Sydney run. So, that was awesome. I'll keep tonight's outro pretty brief because, you know, it is kind of late where I am here. Let me just take a sip of water real quick. So, I'll pull up the normal streaming schedule that we have. Next week, it's going to be a little bit different because we're not streaming for the second half of the week because I have some personal things going on. But this is the normal stream schedule right here. Tuesday through Friday. Tuesdays and Thursdays are the VATSIM 101 breakdowns where we go through things nice and slowly. You know, I explain everything as it's happening and answer any questions that you have. The Friday night streams are just like what you saw here tonight. I explain what I can as it's happening. But because of how chaotic things can get, it's less time for me to be able to do so in most circumstances, primarily during those critical phases of flight. But still here to answer any questions that you have. And then, of course, on Wednesdays, we put up for a vote in the Discord over the weekend what game you guys want to see me play. And then on Wednesdays, the game that wins is the game that we play. And that's announced, you know, after the Tuesday stream. It's a React poll in the Discord. So I have just put the Discord link in the chat for you guys. Just keep in mind it is an 18+ server. So if you do wish to join, you'll need to be 18+. And then the socials link is where you can find me on some other platforms like YouTube and TikTok. Where I do have some VATSIM 101 style content for you to take advantage of. So if you are somebody that is new, make sure you check out those videos as well. Raid target. Who are we going to say hi to? Let's do... I really want to keep this brief. You know, let's go say hi to Fliggity. We haven't said hi to Fliggity in a bit. So he's doing some Microsoft Flight Simulator. Looks like he's on 2024, about to do a flight in the Vision Jet. So we'll go say hi to him. Like I said, I'm going to keep tonight's outro relatively brief, just because of how late it's starting to get. But we're going to be back Tuesday night, everybody, 2300 Zulu for another edition of VATSIM 101. We'll be going back to the Northern Lights event over in Edmonton, or I should say in Alberta. I haven't decided if I'm going to do out of Edmonton or out of Calgary yet. I might do out of Calgary just to change things up a little bit. But that's the plan. 2300 Zulu, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, Northern Lights Tuesdays, and likely going to be bringing out the Builds A350 for that, because definitely want to bring that out on the stream again. I've been flying that plane pretty much every day. So next week's stream, again, I already announced it in the Discord, but next week we're going to be streaming Tuesday and Wednesday only. The Thursday and Friday streams are not going to happen because I have some things that are going on. So, unfortunately, neither of those 2 days are going to be stream days, but it's fine because Tuesday and Wednesday are still going to be awesome. So when we get into Fliggity's chat, we are going to spam the Nuggie. So if you're not subscribed to the channel, you can use your Nuggies to unlock the Nuggie. Spam it in his chat once we get in there. Spread the love and the positive vibes in his direction. And make sure, as always, you tell him that Cross Hyperu has sent you. So we'll see you all Tuesday night, everybody. And until then, this is Cross Hyperu, signing out.